Welcome to the wasted world of sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 hey. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Scrums and tries, they're all well and good, but we're here for the jokes and take pass less from the kickoff to the final whistles blow. We'll take the two and we're ready to go. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With a laugh and a cheer, we bring out our best. No serious analysis, no expert critiques, just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. We'll raise a roll, from sideline jokes to post-match tales, all big goofs and their big fails. We're not so serious, and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our skies. Ahoy, ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. So come along and join our sporting crew, where the banter's always fresh and the laughs are true. Ahoy, wasted world of sports, here's to our cheer. We'll see you on the pitch and drink some beer. Yeah!
World of sports, eh?
Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack.
Ahoy!
He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the wasted world of
Wasted World of Sports, welcome back. The Warriors beating the Broncos earlier. And now we've got to get ourselves prepared for a big doubleheader of games, starting with the Knights versus the Eels. And followed up with the Melbourne Storm against Ricky's Green Goblins, the Canberra Raiders. Where I've got the Raiders getting absolutely pummeled in that one. 50 plus to the Storm. Justin, ahoy there, mate. Who's scoring tonight? Well, I can tell you who I'm hoping scores. I've got Sevo and Brown in a combo. I've got Bradman Best and Fletcher Sharp in a combo. And I've gone all out and thrown Brycey Cartwright in there as an option. For a same-game multi, 3 legs, couple of combos in there. And Bryce Cartwright just sweetening the deal there. I can see a forward scoring tonight for Parramatta. The Newcastle defense can get a little bit soft up the middle. But we'll wait and see. Teams coming out onto the field. Ready to get this one underway. Our second game of the night. Yeah, look, Gutherson, if you slap a combo on the Parramatta backs. See, the thing with the Parramatta backs, you've got Gutherson, you've got Sevo, you've got Penasini, you've got Sean Russell, you've got Blaze Talangi, Dylan Brown, Mitchell Moses. And what makes Parramatta so difficult in terms of same-game multis, any one of those guys can score. Any one of them. it makes it very difficult to narrow down who to pick. In the forwards, it's a little more Bryce Cartwright, Sean Lane, I think really are the two try-scoring threats on a regular basis anyway for Parramatta. So, yeah, I think if you put Gutherson in a combo with anyone, I mean, take your pick. That Parramatta backline is lethal. Any number of them could score. So Gutherson's a pretty good bet as well. Penasini. Here they come. The Newcastle Knights running out onto the field. The home side, they always get a lot of support. One thing I always say about Newcastle, their fans come out in droves to support. One of the most well-supported teams in the competition. One thing to keep an eye on here tonight for the Knights, Will Price, the 5'8", the Englishman over on debut. We'll check out his first NRL game. We are ready for kickoff. Wow, they are racing into the contests. And Gutherson gets us underway. I hope you got your bets on. Wasted Water Sports, did you get your bets in? Let's cheer it on as the Knights have first use of the ball. So, as I said, I've gone Sevo Brown, Best Sharp, and Bryce Cartwright. All there on his little lonesome. That'll be the big one, because that'll be the hardest one to get. Newcastle enjoying first use of the ball here, bringing it up to their own 40-metre line. That's the fifth and last. Good set for both sides, really. Newcastle for completing, Parramatta for restricting territory. The fifth and last kick goes down to Sevo, who takes it on the full and brings it back. Mark Lechon says, Eels for the win. Gutho, a legend, all effort and heart as a Tiger. Even I can appreciate Gutho's effort. Moses is getting better. He might end up taking Cleary's crown if he keeps going. As the offloads, the Parramatta offloads. Typical play from them, keeping the ball alive. One thing I'll say too, Mark, just on the back of Mitchell Moses' performance on Wednesday night in State of Origin, I reckon he rides that wave of momentum for the rest of the season. Taken at the back by Fletcher Sharp, under pressure. Does well to take the high ball. But yes, Mitchell Moses was a 11 out of 10, 20 out of 10 on Wednesday night for the Blues. And yes, I just predict that he will ride that wave of momentum all the way through this season as the Knights get a penalty. Parramatta over enthusiastic there and find themselves offside. Regan Campbell-Gillard, guilty of that one. Up inside the 10. Vincent Spears, the hometown music. Ahoy, mate. Heel fries. Ahoy. Newcastle off the back of the first penalty of the game. Charge into Eels territory. Hastings out the back to Sharp to Best, straightening. Bradman Best pops it back for Fletcher Sharp. And that is some expansive play here for the Knights. They get a 6 again. And there's Adam Elliott. Held very close to the goal line. What's your multi, Heel Fries? Who have you got? They've got space out to the right. The Knights, they had a 2-on-1 overlap. But deciding to step back in field and go on his own there was Will Price. They had Parramatta burnt on the outside there. Crossland fires it out to Hastings, and Moses races up on him. Too quick, says the referee, and it's another set restart. Early pressure to withhold here for the visiting Parramatta Eels. Here's Paul. Cut out ball to Saifidi, and Saifidi goes very, very close. Hastings inside to Pierce Paul. This time they do utilise him. Heel Fries has gone to Lungy, Sivo, and Bradman Best, and there's a mistake from Pierce Paul. What a huge let-off here for the Eels. A dropped ball in the tackle. Vincent Spears says Nico seems different lately, like he's had a knock in his confidence after Origin. It happened last year, didn't it? After Origin, Nico was shocking for 4 or 5 weeks. Honestly, as this scrum packs down for Parramatta, 10 out from their own line. I was saying this on, when was it? Last night. Last night, I did say, as a Sharks supporter, as Sharks fans, we just have to accept that Nico is still developing. Halfbacks don't really come into their own until about 27 onwards. So Nico's got a lot of development left, and we're just going to have to put up with stuff like this for a couple of years still, at least, as a forward pass is called as Parramatta try and stretch it early. A forward pass there from Dylan Brown out to Micah Sivo. Micah Sivo puts a big fend on Will Price. Heel Fries with Talangi, Sivo, and Bradman Best. Pretty similar to mine there. I've got Sivo. I've got Best. I've just gone for Bryce Carr. I've just got a feeling about the forwards tonight. I reckon Parramatta will put on a try or two through the forwards. But it is Newcastle invited back onto the attack, 20 metres out from the line. Enjoying all the early possession of territory here, the Knights. Here's Paul again. This time he holds on to it. Tackle 3. 12 out. Crossland goes quickly from dummy half. Calls runners on the inside, and it was just a decoy. And he pops it out to Adam Elliott, who can't hold on. And these mistakes in attacking range are just destroying the Newcastle momentum. Parramatta off the hook again. Adam Elliott spills it. Finding meters hard to come by, though. In reply, tackle 3. They're only up to the 30. 9 tackles inside the Parramatta 20. Short side players on. Here is Sean Lane. Gets through. Up over halfway. That's better. Moses. Big kick down the middle of the field. There's no real pressure on the kick chase. Marju gets back to take it and creates a little bit of space here for Bradman Best. Best cuts back into midfield. Beats 1, beats 2. Still going Best, and he's brought down by Campbell Gillard. What a kick return, though, from Newcastle. They've definitely started the better of the two teams. Some worrying signs early here for the Eels. Crossland into midfield. Go the Knights on tackle 3. 30 out. Hastings, dummies, wide, goes short. And Pierce Paul takes tackle 4. 20 out. Staying on this short side. Hastings, though, with Marju cutting back infield. 5th and last. Hastings puts the little dink in over the top. And what a catch there from Sean Russell. Leaping through the air. Flying backwards. And Gutherson goes quickly from dummy half. Beats 1. Brings it out to the 10-metre line. Sivo slips into contact. Short side now go the Eels. Bryce Cartwright, one of my try scorers. Moses from inside the 40 gets a solid purchase on it. Retreating backwards is Tuala. And it's another good kick return for the Knights. Front foot ball. They have started well here, the Knights. Parramatta have been under the pump. They haven't been helping themselves in that respect, though. Almost 10 minutes gone in this game. It's crazy. It's flying quick. And now a loose pass from the Knights. Playing the ball to nobody. Sivo does well to restrain himself, although he probably would have been entitled to dive on that. Best not to take the chance, though. Fifth and last for the Knights. Bryce puts it high. Gutherson moves forward, plants himself under it and takes it well. Gutherson surrenders. 10 out from the Parramatta line. Up quickly here, the Knights on Sivo. And a penalty to Parramatta. Oh, they needed that. Boy, did they need that. They can try and get something happening now, the Eels. Jaco Robertson, ahoy there, mate. Doing very well, thank you, because the Broncos lost. It's always a good day when the Broncos lose, right? Apologies to all the Broncos supporters out there. The kick to touch only takes it up to the 40. But still, this is the best field position that Parramatta have had for quite some time in the opening 10. Looking very much forward to rugby season here on the Wasted World of Sports. We've got the All Blacks in England coming up. T20 World Cup final, yes, South Africa versus India. Parramatta with the strong offload game again. I think South Africa, the Springboks, I think are playing Wales as well in a couple of tests. Moses kicks on tackle 3. Nobody's back there for the Knights. But flying across is Fletcher Sharp to kick it dead. But great vision there from Mitchell Moses. And it forces a result for the Eels. Goal line dropout. Yeah, I think the Springboks have got Wales in a couple of tests, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, the Wallabies are playing Wales. I think the Springboks are playing Wales as well. I could be wrong about that. But yes, some great international rugby coming up. The Knights go short with the restart, and it sits up for Sivo. Sivo's all twisted and contorted there as he goes into contact. Brown. Cut out pass to Offahengawe. Tackle 2 here for the Eels. 15 out in midfield. Moses, cut out pass to Cartwright. Cartwright pops it up to Gutherson, who has Blaze to Lungy running off his hip. And Blaze scores in the corner. And there is a 1 tick down for Heel Fries and his multi. 4 points to 0. The Eels lead, kick to come. And that was a slick piece of backline play. Beautiful hands by the Parramatta backline. It was Clint Gutherson looping around the back. Draws in Greg Marzu. And that was just free space for Blaze to run into. Four points to Donuts. Kick to come. The conversion will be from out wide, so certainly not a gimme. It'll be a tough kick. But yes, we've got some good some good stuff coming up on the Wasted World of Sports. What have we got coming up? And when's the cricket final on? Tomorrow, 12:30. Might actually do that one. I'll think about it. I might actually do the Cricket World Cup final. Moses from the sideline. I told you, he can do no wrong now. A standout performance in State of Origin number 2 for Mitchell Moses. And suddenly, he can do no wrong. A conversion from the sideline. And it's 6 points to 0. The Eels over the Knights. Yes! Knights get us back underway. Gutherson. I wonder if all the long-time Wasted World of Sports subscribers who are Parramatta fans are still getting used to this whole Dan cheering for Parramatta thing. It probably still seems weird. 20 out from their own line here, the Eels. Campbell Gillard beats the first tackler. Solid run up to the 30. Gutherson now takes hit up number 5. 40 out from their own line here, the Eels. Moses. Another solid purchase. It'll be taken on the full on the 10-metre line by Fletcher Sharp at the back for the Knights. The kick chase was solid as well. And it's the Eels on top here after 15 minutes. 6 points to 0. Best doing some of the hard work. 40 out from their own line here, the Knights. Daniel Saifidi's on. Well, he started. He's wearing the number 15, so I got confused because that's a reserves number. But he did actually start the game. Kick in over the top, find some space. Gutherson shadows it over the sideline. Colt Tech, ahoy mate. 5K on the Eels. That's confidence. What that is, confidence for the Eels. I have confidence in the Eels that they'll get it done. They are 100% not a wooden spoon team. The Canberra Raiders, that's a wooden spoon team. Oh, that looked nasty. Accidental, but nasty. Jacob Shiafidi copped some flailing limbs there, I think. A poke in the eye, perhaps, from his teammate, accidentally. A show and go from Offahan Gowie, and he almost gets through. Spills the ball. No, it's not a knock-on. It's a penalty to the Eels. A penalty for holding down. And the Eels get a nice little piggyback upfield again. 40 out from the Knights line to start this set. Oh, flat pass there from Moses to Lane. They get away with it. Campbell Gillard chews off some more meters. Inside ball here from Gutherson to Penasini. They're 20 out from the line here. Parramatta on the attack. Tackle 3. Oh, they go close here, the Eels. On the charge. Going very close to the line. We'll have to see exactly what's happened here. They stretch it wide. It's gone up as no try. And Sivo has gone bang, bang, bang. 1, 2, 3. Crawls to the line. And I think this is going to be deemed a tackle. Therefore, a double movement. Well, we need to watch the ball carrying arm. Does it hit the ground? He's up here, Sivo, but now he's lost control and goes to ground. Short. Does momentum carry him over here. Micah Sivo has momentum, carried him across. Do we have a tick off the multi? It's gone up as no try, remember? It has gone up as no try. And it looks like it's going to be sticking with the on-field call. Micah Sivo goes close. No luck for those of us with Sivo in the multi. They're deemed that it's short. Cat Lego, ahoy there. Still, it's Parramatta ball. It's still on. Tackle 4. Offahengau just sets it up in the middle of the field. 5th and last. Brown out the back to Moses. To Gutherson. Looking for Talangi again. Pops it back in field. But the Newcastle defence is there. And they just shadow Gutherson across the sideline. Was that touched by Newcastle? Gutherson might be claiming here that it's off Newcastle. I'm not sure. He's screaming something towards somebody. It is Newcastle ball. 10 out from their own line. They start this set. The Eels, though, looking good. They've got themselves into this game after a shaky start. Through the hands now. Newcastle trying to create some space out to the right. Parramatta number up, though. Short side goes Crossland. Gagai's out there, wrapped up in a good one-on-one tackle. 5th and last. Back for Price to put it high. Pressure on Gutherson. Gutherson plants himself under it and takes it. But there is an escort penalty here going the way of the home side. It'll be interesting to see what's happened here. But the penalty has gone to Newcastle. Calling obstruction there against Dylan Brown. More pressure here for the Eels. Just seeing penalty escorts on the screen just looks hilarious. If you think of escorts in a different way. Sayafidi charging for the line. It's ripped away. Penalty to Newcastle. Again for a strip. Now, I thought you were allowed to strip the ball out if the player's going for a try. And that, I think, is what Gutherson's claiming here. I thought you were actually allowed to do that, but they've deemed not really looking to get the ball down in that instance. Through the hands here. Newcastle. A quarter of the way through this game. Tackled 5 meters out. Gagai looking to play the ball quickly. Might be a 6 again there. Risking it all there, Parramatta. Well, it is a 6 again. There we go. It is eventually called. Newcastle putting the Eels under the pump here. Crossland to Sayafidi Daniel. Close to the line here. Hastings holds the pass up for Gagai, who shrugs off one. Wrapped up and put down by Hands. Tackles up the sleeve. Flat pass there from Hastings to Sayafidi Daniel. His second attempt in front of the post here. 5 out. Hastings to Sharp, who does the double pump, pops it out, and it's intercepted by Blaze Talangi. And Blaze is just everywhere tonight. Pulling off an intercept now on the back of his try. A great start to the game from Blaze Talangi. Six points to nil it remains. Parramatta ball. Getting outside their 20 and getting an offload away. Gutherson now up the middle. 18 and a half to go till the break. Slow play the ball. Puts Campbell Gillard on the back foot for the fourth. Moses inside to Cartwright. Flicks the pass out the back to nobody. It's loose. It's Newcastle ball. And Marju spills it over the sideline. What a huge let-off here for Parramatta. They were shot to pieces. They were shot to pieces there on the loose ball. And Newcastle come up with a huge error. Oh, what a let-off. They've captains challenged it here, Newcastle. I feel like they've burnt their challenge now. No touch from Penasini. That's off Bradman Best, and then it's been picked up by Hastings. Oh, was there a touch there from Blaze? Blaze Talangi has got a touch. Oh, what a captain's challenge there from the Knights. Solid challenge in the end. I thought they had blown it. But it is a successful captain's challenge. But still, they ruined their chance at a try. They will get another shot, though. Scrum down for the Knights in midfield. 35 out from the Eels line. Another chance to launch an attack. What can they come up with here? UFC 303 is on tomorrow. Nice. What footy games are on tomorrow? I might consider that one. Dragons, Dolphins, Panthers, Cowboys, Roosters, Tigers. Hastings pops it up for Best. Best one-on-one with Penasini. Can't get away. They're 10 out from the line. Hastings again. Short ball here for Sayafidi, who pops it up for Will Price. And Will Price on debut will score the match-leveling try for the home team. Will Price on debut. 6 points to 4 with the kick to come. They're happy about that one. The Knights have hit back. Simple conversion. We're about to be all square. And the Knights, oh, they're happy. They're happy. They've hit back here. Jackson Hastings converts. And it's 6 points all. 6-all. Knights and the Eels. Ramo's Adventures, ahoy there. Blaze Talangi scored for Parramatta. Ramos. Blaze Talangi scoring in the corner. Whoops. Whoop. Nearly some spillage there as the Eels get us back underway. 6 points all. The pressure had to tell eventually. The Knights just with too much attack on the Parramatta goal line, and now they've come up with a mistake, and that is a huge error from Greg Marzu early in the tackle count from the kickoff. A spilt ball. Marzu looking to take the hit up. Well, he forgot to take the ball with him. And let's face it, that's the most important part, isn't it? Scrum down here for the Eels. An opportunity to put pressure on, straight back on to the Knights. Adam Elliott's off for a HIA. With 15 minutes to go till the break. Justin says, come on Eels. Well, it is the Eels with the scrum down. Hot on the attack. 10 metres out from the Knights line. They switch it left early. Moses chosen goes. And Mitchell Moses scores. I told you in the pre-game, Mitchell Moses can now do no wrong. He is on fire since his performance at Origin. And Mitchell Moses with a great solo effort there to reclaim the lead for the Parramatta Eels. That was solid. $10 to 6, the kick to come. Conversion successful as well. Mitchell Moses scores. Mitchell Moses converts. Eels lead 12 to 6. Oh, Mitchell Moses is just fire since State of Origin. "13 minutes remain till the break. Moses, full of running, backing up from origin duties, playing well again. Whoop, a little bobble in midfield there from Gutherson. Manages to hold on to it. RCG with the hit up on tackle 5. Back to Moses for the kick. It is another solid boot. Down to Mazu. And Newcastle have the ball back. 12 minutes remain in the first half. Fletcher Sharp almost gets away. But the Para defense holding firm. Gagai up towards halfway on tackle 4. The Knights up over the halfway line now, 5th and last. Still no tick off the multi. Unbelievable. Kicking it high. Pressure on Sivo. Sivo does his, what I can only describe as his interpretation of a jump for the ball. But he's a big man. It's hard to get those big guys off the ground. Jumping is not his forte. To say the least. "11 minutes left until halftime. 12 points to 6. And an intense game in the making here, potentially. These two sides just grinding it out. 5th and last. Moses with a huge boot. Probably would have gone over the dead ball line if Fletcher Sharp let it bounce, but risky stuff. Mullet Magic, ahoy there, mate. Needs Sivo to score, which will pay 2 of your multis. Well, I need Sivo to score as well. Well, Sivo or Brown inside for Bradman Best, and Best goes straight up the middle. Gutherson to beat. Gutherson wraps him up around the hips and brings him down. Front foot ball, though, for the Knights. Hastings slips as he catches it. Here they go on the attack. Newcastle looking to square things up again. Brosland to Price. Pops it up for Frizzell. And a penalty now to the Knights. 20 out from the line. They'll keep the attack on, surely. And Matthew Arthur getting ready to come onto the field. Another first grade debut incoming tonight. We've already seen plenty of Arthurs for Parramatta. Well, we're about to see another one. Matthew getting ready to come onto the field. Hastings runs across field. Short pass off the hip to Pierce Paul. They're a metre out here, the Knights. Crossland into first receiver again. The Eels defence solid on their goal line. Hastings cut out pass to Best. Best tries to get on the outside of Penasini. Penasini brings him down around the ankles. Tackle 4. Marju puts the head down and sets up play 5. 6 again here for the Knights. Surely, no. The kick across to Sivo, who's unmarked, and it's a 7 tackle set for the Eels. That was a shocker of a 5th tackle option. Sivo taps and goes quickly. Builds up some momentum. And Phoenix Crossland, in the face of that freight train charging down on him, does very well to hold his nerve. And with some assistance, they put Sivo down. But here it is for the Eels. Tackle 2, 40 metres out from the Knights line. On the back of that Sivo run, they've charged upfield. Here's Paulo. Arthur, with his first touch, darts out a dummy half. They're 20 out from the line here, the Eels. 6 again. Oh, that's critical for the Eels. 6 more tackles. And Paulo says, well, we'll just calm it down then, thanks. And we'll settle play down in midfield for tackle 1. Madison. 10 out from the line. Arthur takes a few steps, offloads to Brown. Brown goes on his own. Brown is still going towards the line. Half a metre out. Tackle 3 here for the Eels. Moses, flat pass to Cartwright. Cartwright is held up in a 3-man tackle. Manages to shuffle away and get a quick play of the ball. To Moses again. Campbell Gillard this time. Dummies. Has a little dart on his own. For the 5th and last. They stay on the left. Brown to Moses. Cut out pass to Sevo. And Sevo is claiming a try. I didn't see it at all. We will have a look at this in the TMO. It'll go up as no try. The cutout pass hit the turf. Bounced up for Sevo. And he went charging towards the try line. He had to have been close to touch. He bobbles the ball. He manages to regather it right when he's hit by Gagai. Gagai, surely he has not got this down, Sevo. Oh, he throws it back in field. That's what they're claiming. Sevo. Yes, Sevo has thrown it back in field. And it hits Gagai. So it's play on at this point. What? It's called a knock on? The bunker has called a knock on against Micah Sevo in what is quite possibly the single worst call I have seen all season long in a highly competitive field. That might be the worst decision I have ever seen. Micah Sevo, as he is falling over the sideline, throws the ball back into the field of play, and the bunker has called it a knock-on. It's gone about 403 metres backwards, and the bunker has called it a knock-on against Micah Sevo. You couldn't... Oh, you just can't believe it. I have officially seen it all now. I have seen everything in my existence that is possible to be seen if they've called that forward. Wow. And now the Knights come up with an error as the rugby gods intervene. The rugby league gods have said no. There will be none of this nonsense. Parramatta will get the ball back. Thank you very much. Isn't it interesting how many times we see just a shocking call immediately neutralized? The rugby league gods, I'm telling you, they exist. And Parramatta will get the ball straight back. Six minutes to go till the halftime break. And it's an Eels scrum on halfway. So they should have good field position again at the back end of this. Russell puts the fend on Frizzell, but he is hammered by Gagai. Newcastle have had 55% possession advantage. They have had way more tackles inside the opposition 20. And it's Parramatta who lead this game. It potentially could stretch their lead here as Paulo rumbles it up. Tackle 4, 20 out. Short side plays on. Here's Moses putting the grubber kick through. Deflects off a Newcastle foot. And Gutherson, I believe it was, in midfield, can't collect it. And spills it forward. Newcastle get away with that. Oh, that was close. It was almost on there for the Eels, but Newcastle get away with it. And it was, okay, it wasn't Gutherson, it was young Matthew Arthur coming up with the mistake. Newcastle with the ball back now. Through the hands they go. Gagai gets on the outside of Russell, shrugs him off. Russell comes back at him. Price has a little dart on his own. Quick play the ball. Crossland now fires it out to Hastings. Through the hands they go. Sharp to Best. To Marju in space. Marju scores in the corner. And what looked like being a certain try down the other end for Parramatta has ended up a try in the corner for Greg Marju and Newcastle. 12 points to 10. The kick to come. Painful. Painful, painful, painful. Hastings lines this up from the sideline. Hastings to square things up here from the sideline. It's pushing out past the far upright, and it remains 12 points to 10. The Eels with the slender lead. Two minutes left till half time. That was an important try for the Knights. Gutherson's blowing up about something. I'm not sure what. Two minutes left in the first half. Gutherson restarts. Newcastle. Through Marju, the try scorer. Taking the first hit up. Just outside the 10-metre line. 12 points to 10 this game in the balance. It's been pretty even Stevens, but I would say Newcastle have had the advantage in terms of possession and territory. The fact that they're behind, that's got to give a big leg up to Parramatta for the second half, you would think. Whilst it's not a huge advantage in favour of the Knights, these things do have a tendency to even up across the course of a game. So the second half could be advantage to the Eels potentially if they go into the sheds with this lead. Maybe even take a cheeky drop goal and extend it. We'll see. A minute to go. What do they come up with? Through the hands they go now. Penasini tries to get on the outside of Bradman Best, who wraps him up in a good one-on-one tackle. Madison now shrugging off the defenders. Fifth and last, 20 metres out. Moses to Brown to Gutherson. Cut out pass to Sevo. Sevo goes half a metre short. Well defended in the end there by the Newcastle Knights. Sevo goes very close. And with 10 seconds to go, that should see us into the halftime break. Siren sounds. And that'll be half time. 12 points to 10 at the break. At halftime, anybody's ball game, but Parramatta, I think, just with their noses ahead, and I say that based purely on the fact that Newcastle have had a domination of territory and possession, but they haven't been able to do anything with it. Really, well, I can't say they haven't been able to do anything with it, but you would think that Newcastle would have the lead here based on the stats. But alas for them, they go into half-time. 12 points to 10. Trailing. Ollie is the best, says Reed, says Ahoy. Ahoy there, Reed. Half-time here on the Waste to World of Sports. We'll have a quick break. Commercial break, I suppose. Commercial break. A chance for me to rest the voice box a little bit. And we'll be back for the second half action right after this. Thanks for being with me. Cheers. Ahoy there, JC's friend, Oliver Wilson.
Welcome to the wasted world of sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 hey. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Scrums and tries, they're all well and good, but we're here for the jokes and tank pants last. From the kickoff to the final whistles blow, we'll take the two and we're ready to go. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With drink some beer. Yeah.
All right, half time. 12 points to 10. A close game, not a single tick off the multi so far. But I feel like it could open up a little bit in the second half, so I'm not that concerned just yet about the way that multi is tracking. It hasn't gone quite as I expected it to thus far. But we'll see. Could be a big second half. We'll have to see. The Eels are threatening. The Eels are scoring tries with a lot more ease, I would say, than the Knights. Jacob says ahoy. Ahoy there, Jacob. Sivo's got close a couple of times, Justin. So the one that's concerning me, I suppose, is Bryce Cartwright. Bryce Cartwright was always the outside pick, though. I couldn't decide between Cartwright and Lane. Parramatta just haven't been attacking through the forwards as much as I expected in that first half. But it is the second half where Newcastle start to get a little soft in the middles. So it could be a big second half for the likes of Campbell Gillard and Sean Lane and Bryce Cartwright. So I'm not completely concerned about that just yet. But Bradman Best and Fletcher Sharp, my Newcastle combo, not looking likely. Bradman Best is having a solid enough game, but he's not really looking like scoring any tries. And Fletcher Sharp, well, Fletcher Sharp, the Eels have just got him under wraps at the moment. So, I mean, we'll see. Look, anything can happen. One bounce of the footy, one dropped ball, an intercept. Who knows? Anything can happen, as we are all very well aware of. Absolutely anything can happen in a game of rugby league. 40 minutes is a long time, so we normally have at least one tick down before the halftime break. But I'm not overly concerned just yet. I think I've seen enough out of that first half to suggest that we're still potentially on here. It could open up big time in the second half for both sides. But we shall have to wait and see. Defunk, you've got a few bucks on Campbell Gillard to score. Yeah, well, I really did think that Parramatta would be doing it through the forwards tonight. A little bit more than they are. But we'll see. Second half, as I said, second half might open it up a bit as the Newcastle defence starts to tire. Some of those big forwards from Parramatta can start to come through. Ollie is the best, says Jacob is shouting us a party at his house. Oh, nice. Nice. I'll tell you what, that when I eventually get across the ditch to New Zealand, I'm expecting to be invited to some of these parties, all right? Just so you know, Wasted Water Sports New Zealand crew, when I travel across, I'm expecting party times, all right? $12-10 here at halftime, though, in favour of the Eels. Just the missed conversion between the two teams at the moment. Anybody's ball game. My thoughts on the first half, though, overall, I would say that Newcastle dominated possession and territory and find themselves behind on the scoreboard. I think there's a lot more improvement in Parramatta. There's more upside to Parramatta in this second half than the Knights. So I expect Parramatta to run over the top of them at the back end. And Newcastle will just, they'll be feeling the effects of not getting more points in that first half based on just the sheer weight of possession and territory that they had, which, look, it wasn't huge. It wasn't a huge advantage. We're only talking like 55% in favour of Newcastle. So not a lot. Only that 5% difference. But 5% more footy can make a world of difference. They shouldn't be trailing. A team with the weight of possession and territory shouldn't be trailing at the halftime break. So I've got to say, slight advantage to Parramatta coming out here for the second half. Can they take advantage of it, I suppose, is ultimately what it comes down to. Are they going to be able to solidify this position and finish it off? We'll have to wait and see. Teams coming back out for the second half. Ready to roll for the second 40 minutes. Eels versus Knights, second half. Coming at you. Teams are out there, ready to roll. Second half underway. Newcastle with the kickoff. Through the hands here, the Knights keeping the ball alive in midfield. Sorry, just sorting out some technical issues here at the moment. The Knights putting the Eels under immense pressure at the back. Great set from the Knights. Penalty now to Parramatta. A very relieving penalty. And they can clear their lines now and get up the other end of the field. Just what they needed to start this second 40. Moses on halfway, fires it across to Brown. Through the hands they go. Gutherson onto Russell. Lots of passes, but not a lot of meters. Sean Lane with a nice little hit up here. Backs into the defense. 35 out from the line. Still, Parramatta on the attack now. Moses off the hip. And Cartwright. That's the play. That's the play that's going to lead to a try. But they need to activate that closer to the line, of course. All right, that gives me a lot of hope for Bryce Cartwright here in the second half. Seeing that. 10 out from the line here, the Eels on play 4. Madison into first receiver. Moses to Gutherson to Penasini, who pops it out to Blaze Talangi, and the Newcastle defence swarms in numbers to show him over the sideline. Good start to this second half by both sides, it must be said. The Knights hold on. They play the ball 10 out from their own line. Gagai is rocked backwards in the tackle. Manages to get away, though, and earn some more meters. Quick play the ball and short side with Frizzell. Penalty to the Knights. Inside the 10 meters. The kick to touch into the Eels territory. 5 minutes gone in the second half. Neither side able to claim any sort of ascendancy. Quick play the ball. Racing away is Jaden Brayley. This is good field position now for the Knights. Looking to take the lead. Hastings out the back to Sharp. Sharp pops it up to Best. Puts Marju into space. Marju scores again in the corner. Way too easy here for the Knights. Way too easy. Through the hands, and Marju plants it down. And that was just a little too simple. And I've got to say that that is some alarming edge defense for the Parramatta Eels. Alarming stuff here. to start the second half. Well, alarming if you've gone for the Eels like I did. Newcastle have taken the lead for the first time tonight. Hastings from the sideline. It's on target. Hastings right down the middle, and Newcastle lead this 16 points to 12. Mitchell Moses, it's your time. Needs to step up. Ride that wave of momentum. Plenty of time left. Second half is usually not kind for the Knights. We'll have to see. Can they hold on tonight? Can they continue? They seem to have the wind in their sails at the moment here, the Knights. Elliott up to the 40-metre line. Hastings to Fletcher Sharp. Bobbles the ball, manages to hold on. Fifth and last on halfway here. Newcastle back to Hastings for the kick. Oh no, Blaze Tulungi's made a complete mess of it and Newcastle will score. Well, that's a gift. That is a gift. And I fear that is really going to open the floodgates now. Blaze Tulungi has slipped over his own feet, dropped the ball between his legs, and it pops up for Newcastle for the easiest try that Newcastle will score all year long. Off the most... I mean, what can you even say to describe that kick from Hastings? The most non-threatening kick, the most non-threatening play in the history of Newcastle Rugby League. And a try has been presented on a silver platter. Number 3 for Greg Marziu. $20 points to 12. And that was just embarrassing. Blaze Tulungi slipping over his own feet. Spilling the high ball. I feel like... Oh! Wait just a minute! The referee has said we are checking to make sure that the kick chasers are onside. And they are offside by about a metre on that left-hand edge. Well, Pierce Paul in particular. All right. We have an offside. Parramatta might be saved here. Does he get within play? Yes, he does. Parramatta might have just been saved here. Parramatta have been saved. The embarrassment of a lifetime. No try. Pierce Paul was a metre offside on the kick chase, and it's a penalty, Parramatta. Whew. Wow. Yes, indeed, DJ Shack, Rugby League, or sports in general, can be cruel. And now they spill it on play one, the Eels. Newcastle have it straight back. Oh, they're falling apart. They are self-destructing, as I like to say. Self-destructing before our very eyes here, the Eels. They were just given a gigantic reprieve, and they've basically just said, you know what? Thanks, but no thanks. We don't want that. We want to make it hard for ourselves. Gagai now goes to within 10 on tackle 3. Under the pump again here, the Eels. And suddenly they're looking every single bit a wooden spoon team. The kick over the top early on tackle 3 falls for Bradman Best. Bradman Best will score the try. Newcastle get their points in the end. I get a tick off the multi. And I feel like the last 2.5 minutes has just been a complete waste since Newcastle get a try in exactly the same spot they would have got the try anyway if Piers Paul weren't offside. We may as well have just not bothered and just given it to them and moved on. But anyway, at least it was Bradman Best and not Greg Marzu, which is great. Wait just a minute. Have Parramatta just pulled off another miracle? Whoa, hang on. I've got to take that beer stein away from Bradman Best for the time being because I'm not convinced he's got this ball down. There is absolutely no certainty around that grounding. And the TMO is going to intervene here, I suspect. Parramatta might have just pulled off another miracle. Has Bradman Best grounded it? He hasn't got it down. Bradman Best has failed to ground the ball. Parramatta have escaped again. Oh, this is unreal. I've never seen anything quite like this. Bradman Best did not get the ball down. He's up. He's up. He's up. He's up. Gutherson now gets his hand in under Penasini's foot. No try. And Parramatta are off the hook again. Take those points away. It remains 16 points to 12. Held up over the line, but the pressure is still on. Newcastle still have tackles up their sleeve. Playing the ball 10 metres out from the line. Hastings to Elliott off the hip. Fifth and last in front of the posts. Hastings to Price, who puts the kick through. Gutherson is perfectly positioned and collects the ball. Clint Gutherson has it for the Eels. Well, the only thing is, DJ Shack, Penasini didn't play it with his foot. Penasini's foot was just there naturally. Like, you can't help your foot being there. He didn't lash out. He didn't maneuver his foot into position. His foot was just naturally there in the process of making the tackle. And then I initially thought that he lifted his foot to prevent the ball going down on the second effort by Bradman Best. But in the replay, you can see it was actually Gutherson's arm in underneath Penasini's foot as Gutherson came in underneath to get his arm under the ball. He just coincidentally lifted Penasini's boot in his effort to refresh. So Penasini never actually used his leg at all in that process, if that makes sense. And that's how he got away with it. Well, I can't even say got away with it because there was nothing to get away with. Bradman Best planted the ball on Penasini's leg. Penasini did not put his leg in the way. Otherwise, it absolutely would have been a penalty try. That was just a great bit of luck falling the way of the Eels there. Fifth and last for the Knights. It stays 16-12, but Newcastle looking very threatening, and the Eels looking like dangers to themselves, it must be said. No, DJ Shaq, if you put the ball down on the defender's leg, then I mean, that just is what it is. Like, if I was in the bunker, it was pretty clear to me Penasini is just making the tackle. He hasn't made any effort at all to look and maneuver his leg into any sort of position. Fifth and last here for Moses, down the short side. Puts the dink in over the top, and it falls for Bryce Cartwright, who offloads to Blaze Talungi, and Blaze Talungi gets his second. Oh, Bryce, why didn't you go on your own, mate? Bryce Cartwright, I reckon, could have powered his way over, but he doesn't give a bollocks about my multi. He's a team player, and he popped it out to the unmarked Blaze Talungi. And Parramatta are riding their luck all the way, potentially into the lead here once again. Well, is Cartwright onside? It might be what we look at here. Bryce Cartwright, no, he probably couldn't have got there on his own, to be fair. I just really want that to happen. I just really, really want a Bryce Cartwright try. Blaze Talungi gets a double, and the Eels. 100% DJ Shaq. I just really want it to happen for my multi. Blinded by my multi, I think, in that call. Bryce Cartwright was well and truly covered by 3 Newcastle defenders. Try confirmed. Blaze gets his first career double. I'll drink to that. To Blaze and his first career double. Mitchell Moses to put the Eels back in the lead. It's holding its line. It's holding its line. It's just away to the left. It held its line a little too well. And it's 16 points all. 26 and a half minutes to play. And we're all locked up. Don't tell me we've got another golden point. I don't think I could take it. No, geez. Okay, it's saying Penasini scored. No, I can tell you it was Blaze Talungi who scored. Blaze Talungi, it was definitely Blaze for his first career double. That'll get fixed up in a moment. DJ Shaq says Talungi looks like he's been touched by the hands of fate in the last few minutes from 0 to hero. 100%, mate. And this goes back to what we were discussing earlier with sometimes things just fall your way. 16 all. The Eels go up to halfway from the restart. Moses puts the step on. Almost goes through. Tackle 4. They go short side. Cartwright puts the fend on. Gets away from Hastings. Takes tackle 5. 30 out. Some forward momentum here for the Eels. Moses puts it high. Pressure on this kick. It's lost forward by the Knights. And this will be Parramatta ball. And suddenly they're coming home with a wet sail here. Still 25 and a half minutes to go. Robert M., you took the Eels here, Storm in the other game, and I hope that you are on the Warriors. Cheers, though, mate. I'll drink to that because I'm on the Eels here and I'm on the Storm next. I'm on the Storm 50 to put 50 on the Raiders. Storm to put 50 on the Raiders. As a matter of fact, I will even back that up with a bet. Short side play here for the Eels. Penasini gets one-on-one with Bradman Best. Best Brings him down. There we go. It has updated. Blaze Talungi was indeed that try scorer. Offahengawi backs into the defence, sets up play 2. 10 metres out from the line here, the Eels looking to reclaim the lead. Madison pops it out. The back lane runs over the top of it, and now the Knights are away upfield. Bryce steps in field, beats Gutherson. Penasini runs across and tracks him down. Quick play the ball. Numbers to burn out to the left here for the Knights. Best one-on-one. Steps back in field. Oh, he doesn't give it. And Gutherson takes him down. 20 out from the line. The scrambling defence of the Eels. And now an obstruction play. The Knights have just got all mixed up here. And the Parramatta defence is now reset. Oh, that was a bloody shambles, though, from the Eels. They've done well to scramble, but they should never have been in that position. Hastings now out to Fletcher Sharp. That's the 5th and last. 10 out from the line. Hastings with the little dink in over the top, and it's taken well by Mitchell Moses. Of course, Mitchell Moses is out there. I'll have to start thinking about my multi for the next game. Before it's too late. But I don't want to not be focused on this game, though, because this game could be going down to the wire. Parramatta are just not putting it together, are they? There's been periods of this game where Parramatta are genuinely playing like wooden spooners. 5th and last here, they're only up to the 35. The kick taken on the full at the back by Sharp. Knights will have it in great field position here. 30 out from their own line on play 1. Marju takes tackle 2. Another 10 metres made, though. Saifidi up to halfway. Penalty. No, he's lost it. Oh! Saifidi spills it. This game, it's exciting, but boy, has it disintegrated into an absolute shambles. Both sides now. It's one of those scenarios where both teams seem to be doing their absolute best to lose the match. I get the feeling this is not a game that's going to be won by a particular team. It's a game that's going to be lost by the opposition. Scrum down for the Eels on halfway. Can they hold on to the ball? 40 metres out from the Knights line. Quick play the ball. Front foot for Brown. Brown dummies, goes on his own. 20 out now. Arthur to Moses in midfield. Just pops it back inside of Madison. It's back out for Moses. Gutherson to Penasini. Penasini tries to get on the outside at best, but he can't. That's tackle 3. This is what we call a choke bowl, a game of who destroys their own ambitions harder. It's certainly got those feels about it, DJ Shack. That's for sure. Tackle 4, and Sean Lane will just take the hit up. 5th and last. 15 out. Where's Moses? Here he is. Moses, they're going to run it here. Brown to Gutherson. Cut out pass for Talungi. Talungi for the corner. Talungi for a hat-trick. Blaze Talungi with 3 tries. His first career hat-trick. Oh, it's gone up as no try. The referee has sent it up as no try. He doesn't seem confident, Blaze. But he should be confident. Oh, he lost it. Oh, it's there. It's there. It's a try. That's got to be a try. No, it's a knock on. Jeez. Just short of the line, says the bunker. Just must have been a blade of grass short of the line. I think he scored too, DJ Shaq. Mitchell Moses is blowing up big time and risking giving away a penalty here if he's not careful. I think that's a hometown call, that one. That is a homer call. And hopefully that lifts the Eels into something here with 20 to go. That's a try every day of the week for mine. It seems pretty unanimous in the chat room as well. I reckon that's a homer call in favour of the Knights. But anyway, it is what it is. And now the Knights spill it on tackle 3. And Parramatta will have the ball straight back. The Rugby League gods have once again intervened here in the favour of Parramatta and said, we are having none of this bollocks. You guys are getting the ball straight back and you cannot argue with the Rugby League gods. They will intervene whenever they see fit. And I've got to say, it's hard to argue with them. Parramatta ball straight back again. 20 out, or 30 out, sorry, from the Knights line. Through the hands now, Moses. Chosen goes. Mitchell Moses goes for the corner and scores another individual effort. Mitchell Moses. Oh, what did I say? What did I say after Wednesday night? This guy is just going to ride that Origin momentum wave all the way through the rest of the season. And it is another individual effort here from Moses to give the Eels the lead. And I dare say that he'll put this conversion over because he can do no wrong at the moment, Mitch Moses. He can do absolutely no wrong. Outpaces Dane Gagai. Outpaces Inari Tuala. And Fletcher Sharp is nowhere near getting across to cover that off. Mitchell Moses. What a week it's been for the Double M, for the M&M. $20 points to 16. The conversion to come from out wide. Moses is surprisingly quick. %, DJ Shaq. From the sideline, it's the favoured side for a right foot kicker. Moses, he moves in, strikes it well. It's hooked, it's pushed off past the far upright. 20 points to 16. The score remains 17 and a half minutes remain. Pamela Mino says, go Moses, one more. Oh, share it around, I say. Share the ball around. Give it to, well, Bryce Cartwright would be nice. Whoops, wrong button. Bryce Cartwright would be fabulous. 20 points to 16. Parramatta with the lead. Gutherson takes the kickoff, and he's got Offahen Gawe there for the first hit up. Moses 2, Blaze Talangi 2 for the Eels, and Greg Marju 2 for the Knights. They're not sharing it around tonight, the try scorers. Or actually, is Greg Marju's got... Hang on. I think Greg Marju's got 2. Marju's 2. Blaze is 2. Moses is 2, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Yeah, Marju's got 2. Blaze has got 2. Moses has got 2. That's crazy. 5th tackle here for the Eels. Gutherson will put the kick in. Keeps it flat and low, looking for the sideline. Robert M says, be interesting to see if Baz gets Eels coach next year. 0 chance, apparently, Robert M. 0 chance. Apparently, he's already been told by the Eels board that that they're not interested. Game ML, ahoy! It's apparently a 2-horse race between who's the Melbourne Storm assistant coach? Apparently it's a 2-horse race though. The front runner at the moment looking like I believe Melbourne assistant coach. Is it Riles? 2-horse race between Riles and Hannay. I want to say Hannay is the other one. Crossland goes up the middle. He's got support from Matt Croker. 5th and last, the Knights. Front foot ball here. Through the hands they go. Hastings to Price. Throws it out to Gagai, who beats the defence, puts the kick through. It sits up, and it's a try for the Knights in the corner. Tuala scores, and we're all locked up again. This game couldn't be more of a roller coaster if it tried. 20 points all. Clutch kick to come from the sideline, but still 15 minutes to play. And it was Dane Gagai showing all the experience in the world. And Tuala plants it down in the corner. Sivo missing the tackle. Sivo missed the tackle, and that gave Gagai all the space to work with. And the experience of Dane Gagai knew exactly what to do. And just like that, the Knights have hit straight back. So, Game ML, how much are the Storm going to win by tonight? I can't speak for the margin, but I do have the Storm racking up 50. I reckon the Storm get 50 points tonight. Oh, that's what I was going to look at. I wanted to see if there's a bet option for me to slap in a multi that has the Storm getting 50 points. I'll have to suss that out. Here we go. Melbourne Raiders coming up. Same game multi. Hastings from the sideline. Can he convert and give his team the lead? From the sideline. Hastings is in. It's on target. Oh, Hastings, golden boot. Newcastle have taken the lead. All right, points scored market, I suppose, is what I'm looking for. Total points market. Melbourne Storm first half points. Melbourne Storm total points over 29.5. I'll take that. That'll be one piece of my multi. There we go. That is one piece of my multi there. Melbourne Storm over 29.5 total points as the Eels get us back underway, now trailing by 2. Let's go Xavier Coates, anytime try. Let's go Jerome Hughes, anytime try. And Will Warbrick, anytime try. Let's see, I feel like I need another one here. I feel like I need another one. Falongo or Katoa? Falongo or Katoa? Should I go Falongo or Katoa? Fifth and last, Knights get the kick down. Defunct says pick a Raider. I don't know. I think the Raiders are going to be held to donuts tonight. I reckon the Raiders get held to 0. Eli Katoa. All right. This is a very bold bet, I know. This is an extremely bold bet. I'm going to use one of my bet returns on this. I'm going to use one of my bet returns on this just to give me a little bit more security. All right. I'll use a bet return. So I'm going to put $10 on it because I have very little faith in this actually paying out. So I'm going to put $10 on it for a $222 return. Storm over 29.5. Xavier Coates, Jerome Hughes, Will Warbrick, and Eli Katoa anytime try scorers. Why not? We've got a little injury stoppage here, which is great. Gives me a chance to have a quick break myself. Look who I found. Look who I found wandering back into the studio. Fifth and last hit. Oh, Moses slips as he gets that kick away. It is still quality contact. 12 minutes to go. 2 points the difference. Great field position, though, for the Knights on the back of that kick. Into the Eels side of halfway. The Knights back on the attack. Probably just looking at the moment like they're finishing the stronger of the two teams. Price on the fifth and last. Kicks for Sevo. Smart move. Tap back by the Knights. Still fifth and last. And that'll be a handover. It's loose out the back. Although play on, perhaps. No. No. Surely not. It's gone up as a try. Are you kidding me? At what point is the player held? He sends it up as a try. Mitchell Moses is blowing up, and I completely understand why. How you could possibly send that up as a try when surely the player was held is beyond me. It's tapped back by Newcastle. No touch by Parramatta, and that is held right there, surely, as Fletcher Sharp feeds it out the back. There is no plausible way this can be allowed to play on. Oh, okay. Well, look, he's pushed it out the back. Well, that's got to be called a knock on, surely. Geez, I don't know how you award this. This will be absolutely beyond me if this gets awarded. And we are going to have a look. Time off, says the referee, for the bunker to dissect this. Now, look, this is not a clean offload. This is just Fletcher Sharp. He is looking, in fairness, he is looking to offload. But Gagai, I think it is, who's got in the way. And that's clearly lost ball. I can't believe that even got sent up as a try in the first instance. the fact that that even got sent up. No, I'm with Mitch Moses. I completely understand why he was blowing up big time. Because I just don't, for the life of me, understand how that got sent up as a try. Surely, you send that up as a no try and say, we'll have a look. Incredible. Anyway, the right result has ended up, and there is 10 minutes to go. 2 points the difference here. A close contest, and I've got to say, I wasn't expecting it to be this close. Campbell Gillard to Sean Lane, that might have been, running across field. Couldn't quite see. Smoke and Poppin says, I feel like next try wins. I love next try. Next try wins should be a t-shirt. Not even a Wasted World of Sports t-shirt, just a general next try wins t-shirt. Moses puts this high into midfield. Taken well by Fletcher Sharp at the back, but he is swamped by Parramatta defenders. Not a lot of distance to be made there on the kick return. Gagai charges into the defense. 10 minutes left. This game is going down to the wire. Next try wins. I love it. Up to halfway. Matt Croker stands in the tackle. Fifth and last. Gutherson takes the kick. Has Sevo to run it back. Sevo charges into contact. They've got to be careful here, the Eels. I know they're trailing by 2 inside the last 10 minutes. But I don't think with 2 points there's any need for panic stations just yet. That's the fourth. Gutherson in at first receiver. Flat pass off the hip to Regan Campbell-Gillard, who goes straight through. He didn't notice that he had Dylan Brown on his left-hand shoulder in support. But still, front foot ball. Brown puts the kick in. It's lost forward by the Knights. Sayafini spills it. The kick's gone through from Brown. And a result, Parramatta will have a full set of 6 inside the Knights 20. With 8.5 minutes to go. And Sevo is indeed hobbling in back play. And Price is down. Price is down. Looks like cramps for Price. They're having him stretched out there in midfield. Scrum down here for Parramatta. 10 metres out from the line in midfield. Huge moment in the game. You get the feeling they must score points here, Parramatta, to be any chance. The Knights, all would not be lost for them if they leak points here. The scrum, it's scrappy. And Dylan Brown just has to reset here. And the Eels can reload. Plenty of tackles up the sleeve. Paulo, 1 out from the ruck. They're 5 out from the line. Parramatta looking to reclaim the lead. Once again, Moses to Brown, running across to the left. Links up with Gutherson. Shrugs off one. The cover defense comes at him. And that's tackle 3 for the Eels. Brown to Campbell-Gillard. Pops it back to Lane. Still 10 metres out in midfield. Tackle 4. Numbers to the right. Can Moses ignite them? No! The pop pass from Penasini to Blaze Talungi. He spills it, and Bradman Best is going to run away and score the match winner for Newcastle. Bradman Best is away. Blaze Talungi spills it, and that is the stake through the heart of the Parramatta Eels. 26 points to 20. The kick to come from right in front. Bradman Best swoops on the loose ball and runs the length of the field to score. Penasini with the tap on. Honestly, it should have been taken. Blaze should have taken it. Leaves it behind, and Bradman Best is away. Match-winning try for the Knights. That'll do it. Oh, Parramatta. Unbelievable. They are now shot to pieces down on the bottom of the table with nowhere to go. We ended up with a tick off the multi at least. And 6 minutes. 6 minutes for Sevo, Brown, or Cartwright to bag a consolation try for the Eels. Hastings from just to the left of the uprights. Easy conversion. Puts it over. And the Knights lead by 8. Five minutes 55 remain. Parramatta have once again let me down. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Parramatta, every time I tip Parramatta. Gutherson goes short with the restart. I think he's got it right. He's got it perfect, and Parramatta do have the ball. The Eels have the ball back from the restart. Perfectly placed kick from Gutherson. Brown with the short ball to Dory. And Finding Dory takes it up to the 20-metre line. Can the Eels hit straight back? Brown to Campbell, Gillard, Lane, Gutherson, Moses, numbers to the right. Penasini this time goes on his own. Penasini doesn't risk a pass again. That's tackle 4, 10 metres out. Paulo in midfield, links up with Lane. Fifth and last, 10 metres out. They must score. Parramatta to be any chance. They've been given an opportunity. Crash ball to Cartwright. Pops it back to Junior Paulo. And Junior Paulo gets it down for the Eels. And they have hit straight back. It is still game on here. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's still game on. Bryce Cartwright was again very close. Cartwright with the pop ball back to Paulo. Oh, how close has bloody Bryce Cartwright gone? Seriously, all night long, Bryce Cartwright has just been right there, threatening the line. Painful. There's still 4 minutes to go. It's about to be 2 points the difference again. We saw in the Sharks game on Friday night a penalty at the death sent it to Golden Point. And I've got to say that a penalty somewhere in Knights territory, I'd be backing Moses in to put it over and send it to Golden Point. And speaking of putting it over, Moses plugs the conversion. And it's 28 points to 26. Four minutes to go, but the Eels have got to go length of the field at some point. Unless there's a Knights mistake. Whoa. Gutherson takes the kickoff. He's got Paulo, the try scorer. 4 minutes to go. 2 points the difference. Down the short side they go. Parramatta are taken high. No penalty. Newcastle get away with a high shot. That would have taken the Eels all the way down the other end of the field, that penalty. No call. Referee too scared, I guess, to give it to the opposition. The home team would have eaten him. 3.5 remain. Lane in midfield to Gutherson. To Moses. They've got space out to the right again. Penasini straightens. Links up with Blaze Talangi. Talangi goes inside the 20 on the 5th and last. Moses, if they can get a repeat set here. Moses, perfectly placed kick. It sits up for the Knights and the Knights come away with it. Oh, crucial possession here for Newcastle. This will be the slowest set of 6 you'll ever see in your life. But Parramatta will get another crack at it. Tackle 3 here, Newcastle, just outside their 20 on the 4th now. 2 minutes 50 to go. Oh, high contact, and this will be a penalty to the Knights. No! Oh, the referee's put the whistle in the pocket. And Hastings on the 5th and last puts it straight down the middle of the field. And it's taken by Russell at the back. All right, 2.5 minutes remain. Parramatta from their own 30-metre line. Not a lot of Parramatta players back. They needed a result from that last set of 6. You get the feeling. Brown now puts the step on. Goes up to halfway. That's the 3rd. Crawls forward for some extra meters. Paulo to Moses. Numbers on the right again. The cutout pass from Cartwright onto the chest of Blaze Talangi, who's taken high again. And again, no call from the official for high contact. Paulo again in midfield. Gutherson running across the defence to Brown. Russell puts the fend on. 5th and last now. This could be it. This could be it for the Eels. Paulo. It's the 5th and last. Do they realise? Gutherson's caught with the ball. Fires it off to nobody and the Eels lose it. And racing away. And this will definitely be the match winner. Bradman Best with his 2nd runaway try. The 2nd breakaway try off a mistake for Bradman Best. Newcastle win. Bradman Best ends up with a double. It was the last shocking 5th tackle option from Parramatta. The game was on the line. Mitchell Moses is blowing up big time in back play because that was just a shambles from start to finish there. And Newcastle defying the odds, I would say. I think they were slightly favourites with the bookmakers, if I'm not mistaken. They might have been slight favourites with the bookies going into this one. I can't recall. And the Eels are firmly entrenched at the bottom of the table. $34 points to 26. $11 straight games for the Eels where they have conceded this sort of damage. $34 seconds left. Bradman Best is limping. He's playing on one foot, one leg. Congratulations, Knights. another victory. They leapfrog a couple of teams on the table. The NRL table is looking extremely congested in mid-table, and the Knights are part of that battle. And they are going to leapfrog on points differential. They're going to jump up to 10th. They're going to leapfrog the Raiders. They're going to leapfrog the Dragons up into 10th spot. The Newcastle Knights. The Raiders down to 12th. All right, Wasted Water Sports. Melbourne Storm, Canberra Raiders coming up immediately. After this stream will stay active. So you don't need to go anywhere. This stream will carry on. I'm going to change all the scoreboards and the multis and everything over. Storm, Raiders coming up right now.
Welcome to the wasted world of sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 hey. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Scrums and tries, they're all well and good, but we're here for the jokes and tank pants last from the kickoff to the final whistle blow. We'll take the two and we're ready to go. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With a laugh and a cheer, we bring out our best. No drink some beer.
Ready to get underway in this one. I didn't have time to get the multi set up, so we're just going to have to wing it. Melbourne Storm, over 29.5. Xavier Coates, Jerome Hughes, Will Warbrick, and I've also got Eli Katoa. I've loaded it up, stacks on, and the Raiders come up with an error on tackle 3. Up ya, Green Goblins. What a start here for Melbourne. Solid defence. The mighty Melbourne Storm. What a start. All right, so we're going to have to keep an eye out for my same game multi because I wasn't able to get it up on the screen properly in time. Scrum down for Melbourne. They have the first opportunity. Karma Chameleon in midfield. Oz Surge, ahoy. How is that not a try for Blaze? I have no idea, mate. No idea. All I can say is that perhaps the officials were a little bit hesitant to award anything against the home side. 6 again here for Melbourne. Oh, what a fiery start to this contest. Melbourne charging towards the line. Another set restart. Big Nelson goes within a metre. Tackle 2. Here they go to the left. Wishart dummies. Cuts back in field. Runs across the face of the post. And doesn't surrender in time, does he? No, he doesn't. And there's a penalty to the Raiders. Wishart just wasn't able to respond in time and surrender in the tackle early enough. Obstruction. And what a let-off. What a let-off. Yeah, Craig Bellamy, as you would expect. Really not happy with that. But the Raiders, this has not been a great start for them. Up towards halfway now. Go the Goblins. And they get a 6 again. Oh, no. I feel like it might have been a missed opportunity here for Ricky's Green Goblins to... for the Storm, sorry, to sink the boot in nice and early. Letting the Goblins off the hook. And here they come now, an attempt to mount some sort of attack. Ethan Strange is wrapped up and brought down. Tackle 3. 20 metres out, though. Not much of a turnout there tonight, it must be said. Numbers out to the left for the Raiders, but the pass is knocked on. And now Faulongo returns it for the Storm. This game has been played with incredible pace to start. Amazing speed to start this contest. Melbourne keep it alive. Now some space out wide. The cutout pass hits the chest of Big Will Warbrick out there, who takes it up over halfway. Melbourne into range now. 40 out. Hughes to Wishart. Flat pass to Sean Blaw. Sean Blaw takes 5th and last. 30 out from the line. Jerome Hughes again in midfield. Puts it high. Contestable kick. And it's lost by the Raiders. Offsides there. At very least, it's a knock-on. Knock-on or offside. Take your pick. Either way, it equals Melbourne ball. What a start this has been. The Raiders with some very, very dangerous looking signs early as far as their defense goes. Melbourne, of course, are a fantastic team. Make no mistake about that. Whoops, I don't want that displayed. Big Nelson now goes on a charge. Tackle one. They're close. Oh, they've lost the ball. Oh, Melbourne, what's going on? They've had multiple opportunities now. Multiple opportunities they've had to sink the boot in to the Raiders, but they've come up with mistakes. Disappointing stuff for the Melbourne Storm, but the game is very young. Only 6 minutes gone. They'll still have plenty of time to tear the Goblins apart here. Really disappointing crowd. DJ Shacks is very humid in Melbourne, which could explain it. Certainly could provide some explanation for it, indeed. Melbourne back in possession and back into Raiders territory. They're just storming upfield whenever they get the ball. Numbers to Burn to the right. The pass from Hughes. Hits the mark of Warbrick. Beats one. Warbrick tries to run over the top of another, but well defended. Hughes, 10 out from the Raiders line. Nelson pops the pass out the back. It's loose. It's very, very scrappy here for Melbourne. Craig Bellamy will be fuming in the coach's box. Wishart on the 5th and last. Puts it high for the corner. And moving forward to take it is Xavier Savage, who does extremely well and almost gets away, Savage. But for Melbourne, very scrappy to start this game. They've been on top, but just simple errors. Loose ball. That sort of thing. Not really able to take full advantage here. And DJ Shack says we've got a choice that would make Telltale Games blush. A Ricky Stewart halftime blow-up or a Craig Bellamy blow-up. And the thing is, what I like about that comparison, DJ Shack, is very much in Telltale Games style. It all leads to a similar result. Like, you get a blow-up either way. It's just a matter of which one. A push in the back and a penalty to the Storm. Off the kick and the kick chase. I'm amazed, actually, at the opening 10 minutes. Like, okay, well, for starters, the first 9 minutes of this game has just blown by so quick. That's the first thing that surprised me, how quick this game is just flying by. So that's the first thing. And really just disappointing from the Melbourne Storm. Is this a case of Melbourne coming into this maybe just expecting things to happen a little bit too easily as they get a 6 again? Maybe expecting to win this game comprehensively and they're just pushing things at the moment. Dharma Chameleon takes it to the 20-metre line for Melbourne. Back on the attack. They've got to keep their heads here and get some points. Nelson draws in 3 defenders. 20 out from the line. Wishart down the short side to Sean Blaw. 5 out from the line now on tackle 3. The opportunity still there. Tackles up their sleeve. But they're just stretching from sideline to sideline here. And that's a loose pass from Jerome Hughes now. And the Raiders come away with it through Rapana. This is just shocking. Can we please get a shot of Craig Bellamy in the coach's box? Oh, he will be so furious at what we've seen so far that Melbourne are tossing up. They have just been in quality field position, unable to make anything count at the moment. No, the Raiders have been shocking, DJ Shack, but we expect that. Well, I should say I expect that. I don't know about everyone else. Everyone else seems to rate them a bit higher than I do. High ball, pressure on Faulongo, does well to take this. And Faulongo breaks away. He's through. Beats another one. Faulongo still going up to the halfway line. What a kick return. Oh, nice, Mel. Yeah, the Japan, right. They're playing Japan, yes? Or have I got that horribly wrong? Japan and the Maori All Blacks. Big Nelson now goes on the charge. Oh, Japan 15. Okay, so not even the top Japanese side. That's all right. Those should still be a fun game. Through the hands. Melbourne are close again. Fifth and last, a metre short. Here's Jerome Hughes with the kick. Cross field. Lots of height. Tapped back from Melbourne. Danger here. It could sit up for the Raiders. No, Melbourne have it back. Anderson now with the second kick. Looking for himself here. Anderson dives at the ball. Gets a hand to it. He's claiming the try. I think he might be telling porkies here, Grant Anderson. It goes up as no try. Grant Anderson, though, seems convinced he is claiming the try. I think he's telling big-time porkies. I think he's telling massive porkies here. And he is. He's lost it. He can't believe it when he sees the replay. But he's now seen what we have all seen. No try there. The porkies of all porkies there from Grant Anderson. He was so convinced, he almost had me convinced that he must have scored it. What a kick return, though, from Faulongo that set all of that in motion. First of all, to take the ball the way that he did, but then get up and make that sort of run back upfield afterwards. Absolutely incredible from Faulongo. Pappenhausen watching on from the stands. The mighty mullet and all. Well, I've got to say, the Raiders holding on here. 0-0. 13 minutes gone. I'm surprised by that. I was expecting perhaps Melbourne to be up by about 16 points by now, to be honest. And maybe they did as well. That could be part of the problem here, Melbourne. Not really doing the hard yards. Fifth and last now for the Raiders. 10 out from the line, looking for first points. This would be a little bit of a turn-up. The crossfield kick. It's perfectly placed. It's tapped back by the Raiders and then kicked up into the arms of Anderson. Melbourne come away with it. Mackenzie Jenkins, ahoy! The one and only Mackenzie Jenkins that I have been chatting with on Instagram, if I'm not mistaken. And obviously, from our chats on Instagram, a long-time subscriber of my Intoxigamer and Intoxiblocks channels back in the day. Well, welcome along, Mackenzie, to the new party place. Fifth and last here, and Hughes puts it high. Taken at the back by KO Weeks. And Ricky's Green Goblins, I'll tell you what, they're holding on here. Oh, did I? Well, it's not for the first time, DJ Shack, that I would have confused somebody with somebody else. Let's be fair. I do that a lot. But, yes, thank you for the clarification. What was Howarth doing out there? Oh, he's the centre. They're both centres. All right. They are both centres. Well, that would explain it. Fifth and last here for the Raiders, up over halfway. The high ball, pressure on Falongo at the back, takes it well again. Mel says this season is so close. Knights, Broncos, Manly, Raiders, Dragons, and Warriors all won 7 games. It is very congested in mid-table, and that's why I still just can't get my head around our good friend UFC from the chat room. Of course, UFC only fans from the chat room who still thinks it's the most ridiculous thing that he's ever heard, that I've said that the Raiders could potentially win the wooden spoon this year. It is so congested there in mid-table. I'm still not willing to admit wrongness in that call. All of those teams in mid-table are only 3 wins off the wooden spoon, or 3 losses. 3 wins from the teams below them. It's so close this season, Mel, indeed. There are still opportunities everywhere for teams to pick up the wooden spoon. As we've got a huge bust up here. Gushing out blood from the eye. One of the Raiders players. I haven't quite seen who it is. DJ Shack says, also, according to Fox, beating Manly and Newcastle. According to Fox Sports, beating Manly and Newcastle, the living embodiment of mid without their stars, is a big win. I didn't understand why people said the Raiders were a bottom 4 side, but now I do. Yep, I've had them finishing bottom 3 from before the season started, DJ Shack. And obviously, when I did my bold predictions video, I went all out and gave them the smoky for the spoon. They'll definitely finish bottom 3, perhaps even bottom 2. I think that they have probably done enough now to avoid the spoon, but it's still a chance. I mean, the Titans and Tigers have proved that they're more than capable of pulling off an upset on their day. It's not out of the realms of possibility that they sneak a few wins before the end of the season. And it's also not out of the realms of possibility that the Raiders don't win another game this year. The spoon is still well and truly on for them. Oh, here go the Melbourne Storm. Just a second, Mackenzie. Fifth and last here for the Storm. 5 meters out. Hughes runs it to the line. Finds some space now for Howarth. Howarth takes on the line. Leaves the ball behind him. He could have almost slid across the try line, Howarth. And now a bust up and back play. Howarth, if he held onto this ball, he could have almost slid over. He would have slid over if he held onto the ball. Alara's doing great. Mackenzie. She's still kicking on. She's still got her... No matter what channel I have, she's always got her chat room emoji. And the Raiders hold on again. Oh, is it raining? It looks like rain is tumbling down here. Up over halfway. Aussie Oi 54. What's my take on the Knights? The Knights are doing way better than I expected them to be perfectly honest. Mel says Titans and Warriors always been a good battle. Warriors winning more though in total between the two. Fifth and last here for the Raiders. They put it high. Moving forward and taking it well is big Will Warbrick. Almost a quarter of the way through this one. And Melbourne, it's hard to know what's going wrong for Melbourne at the moment, other than perhaps they just went into this a little lackadaisical. Perhaps, maybe they just thought it was all going to come easy for them. And they've got a fight on their hands if they keep playing that way. I still think DJ Shaq, in all honesty, that if Melbourne are going to cop an absolute bollocking at halftime, no matter what happens for the rest of this half, as the Raiders lose it backwards, pressure. But doing well, KO Weeks on the second effort. After that mistake. I think Melbourne will obviously get a bollocking at halftime, no matter what happens for the rest of this first stanza. It could still open up. Look at that face of Craig Bellamy. That is not a happy man. Not a happy camper up there in the coach's box. Here come the Raiders on the attack. They haven't really looked like scoring, though, the Raiders. Like, Melbourne have been butchering tries left, right, and centre, and the Raiders put this kick in over the line, and it's into touch. But, yeah, the Raiders just really not threatening Melbourne's line at all. So remember my pre-game prediction that the Raiders would be held to 0 tonight. In the first quarter of the match, I'm still feeling pretty confident about that. But Melbourne, obviously, they need to get their act together. Through the hands again, down this right-hand edge. Go Melbourne, spreading it wide early. There's a saying, DJ Shaq, you would know the one, but there's a saying in rugby union, which I think also applies to rugby league. You've got to earn the right to go wide. Melbourne just seem to be throwing the ball to the edges, willy-nilly. Balongo, again, they're down the edge. And the Raiders number up. And Anderson's brought down on the fifth and last. Wishart, 20 out, puts the kick. Back towards the short side. Back towards Coates. Coates taps it back. And it's been lost forward by the Raiders. Surely that's been knocked on by the Raiders. No, says the referee. And Canberra have the ball inside their own 10. Trouble in back play for somebody. One of the Raiders. Is it Timoko? Timoko is in severe amounts of pain in back play. Seems like he's busted his shoulder or something. Fifth and last now for the Raiders. They've only made 22 metres off that set. The kick pops up at the back for Coates. Coates, dummies, goes on his own. He's wrapped up. Over 20 minutes gone in this one. Now, over 20. And still no score. I find that incredible. I really do. Tackle 3 now for Melbourne. Back into the Raiders' territory. I'd be so interested to see the stats for possession and territory. Faulongo tries to get on the outside. Brought down by the collar. 20 out. Here's Welsh. Takes it up for the fifth and last. 10 metres out here, Melbourne. On the attack again. Hughes in midfield. Puts the little crossfield kick in. And it's lost backwards by Anderson. Or forwards. And that'll be a handover. DJ Shack says, if it stays like this, or even if one team remains scoreless, I'll do that. What's that? Crunching the numbers. Crunching the numbers to see, I'm guessing, when the last time was that there was a 0-all half in the NRL. Fifth and last. Again, not a lot of meters made for the Raiders. The Raiders are just totally non-threatening with the ball. Mistakes are what's keeping this game scoreless. Mistakes by the Melbourne Storm. But the Raiders, I think it's fair to say, right, that the Raiders just aren't presenting any threat with the ball. Melbourne back on the attack inside Raiders territory. 30 out from the line. Switch of direction. Hughes bobbles the ball. Manages to reel it back in. Fifth and last. Storm stay on the short side. Wishart puts the grubber kick in. And it's over the sideline. Leanne K says, come on, Storms. Come on, Storms, all right. They need to get their act together. Captain's challenge. Captain's challenge. Has this come off the Raiders or the Storm? It has been touched and played up by Tom Starling. And this will be Melbourne ball unless there's a touch here. No, it's missed by Warbrick. And this will be Melbourne ball. Challenge successful. A great challenge. Through the hands, and they've created an overlap. And Warbrick dives for the corner, but loses it. Try-saving effort in the corner. Will Warbrick goes on the dive. Spills the ball. We're looking for contact in back play. Oh, high contact and late on Faulongo. Mel says, I never go for the Storm, but I actually want them to win this one so the Raiders stay on 18 points. 100% Mel. We know how much I adore the Canberra Raiders. No try, well defended, but I don't even... What were we looking at? It was clearly no try, but there's got to be a penalty to the Storm. I guess we needed to confirm. We needed to confirm that Will Warbrick didn't score the try, but more pressure incoming here. 10 metres out. They probably should have taken the 2. Get some points on the board. 6 again here for the Storm. Wishart, the inside ball to Sean Blore. Blore goes close. A metre out. On tackle 1. Hughes in midfield. Across to Falongo. Falongo has looked the most threatening, I would say, of the Melbourne attackers. But I just don't understand. The dummy and going on his own is Garlick. Couple of metres short here. Melbourne still on the attack. And again from dummy half. I don't understand the game plan tonight. I really don't. They're just going from edge to edge without doing any of the hard yards up the middle. And now a couple of crash plays from dummy half close to the line. Wishart gets away from the defence, keeps the ball alive. It's just like Harlem Globetrotter stuff. And now Coates into space down the wing. Steps back in field. They're playing sevens footy. I really do feel like they're just expecting this game to come to them. The crossfield kick, tap backwards from Melbourne. It's loose. It's picked up by the Raiders, and they're away upfield. Space, but not enough pace here. They haven't found their speedsters. And I'm very, very concerned about Melbourne's game plan, or lack thereof, tonight. It really does seem like they're just playing Harlem Globetrotter style footy. Well, not that the Harlem Globetrotters play footy, but you know what I mean. They're just tossing the ball around from edge to edge, not doing any of the hard yards up the middle. They seem to have no game plan. Is that fair to say? I feel like that's extremely fair to say of the Melbourne Storm tonight. They just seem to have no real game plan as the Raiders come up with a mistake. Hudson Young spills it. And the Storm have it back. But just a penalty now. Doubling down on the issue. An offside penalty. But yeah, it's... Craig Bellamy is going to be furious. Just finding touch there as well. That was so close. So close to not finding the line. Tackle 1, Melbourne, 10 out from the line. More pressure on. Hughes with the inside ball. Oh, yes, I don't know, DJ Shaq. I don't think they've really been... I don't know that they've really been threatened all that much either, because Melbourne keep making mistakes. 5th and last. Inside the 10. They go short side. Confused. Clueless attack here from the Storm. The kick into the end goal, it'll go dead. And see, that's what I mean. But is it Canberra's defence that's putting the pressure on and forcing the mistakes? That's another way to look at it, I suppose. But just completely headless play again on the 5th and last for Melbourne. Offering up absolutely nothing. This is crazy. This really is crazy. Melbourne have the ball back. 0 tackle. Oh, the Raiders are just abysmal, but Melbourne are... Have they been dragged down to the Raiders level? Welsh with the hit up. Hughes dummies, goes on his own. 5 meters out now, Melbourne. Tackle 3. Out the back it goes to Wishart. Dummies to Blore, fires it out the back to Anderson. Anderson's taken 10 meters out from the line. Coates in at dummy half. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no. Trent Liero under no defensive pressure at all. Leaves the ball behind him. I know it's wet. It's raining. Terrible conditions. But that is a simple dropped ball. And I'll tell you what, I would like to invite, I officially, live on stream, invite all the Melbourne Storm players. They are welcome to come and join me here at Intoxi HQ, Wasted World of Sports HQ. The Melbourne Storm players are more than welcome to come here and hang out at halftime if they don't want to go into the changing rooms and face Coach Craig Bellamy. They're more than welcome to. Holy hell, are they in for an absolute bollocking at the break. These are mistakes that you just don't see the Melbourne Storm make. Mind you, actually, this is an interesting one, DJ Shaq. Maybe if you're happy to take on the assignment, come to think of it, Canberra generally do pretty well when they travel to Melbourne, don't they? Or am I thinking of somebody else? I might be thinking of somebody else, but now that I think about it, yeah, don't the Raiders typically go all right against the Storm? Richard Trainer says, what's going on here? 30 minutes of play and no one has scored any points. And no one's really looking like scoring any points except for the Storm. 30 tackles inside the opposition 20. 30 tackles inside the Raiders 20 and no points. That is incredible. Through the hands now. The Raiders lose it on tackle 2. Another mistake. This is now officially just doing everybody's head in. Everybody's head is done. Another scrum down. Another mistake. Six minutes to go till the halftime break. Who wants to win this game? Melbourne go up to halfway. I did see, actually, Richard, kick on tackle 4 from Jerome Hughes. In behind the line, Weeks goes back and picks it up for the Raiders. Yeah, Japan beat the USA in a game of gridiron. So, plays, ahoy! How are you, Zoe? Five minutes left in this first half. Raiders again not really making any progress. They kick early. It sits up for Falongo. What a pickup. What a pickup on his ankles. Yeah, doing very well, thank you, Zoe Plays. Just funnily enough, Zoe, I'm chatting on Instagram with another former Intoxigamer and Intoxiblock subscriber who is very much wondering where I've been all these years. Small world, huh? Neutralizer, ahoy, mate. Just here to enjoy the stream, not backing your team. Here's with the short pass. Melbourne back into the Raiders 20. Fifth and last. Need some points before the break. They really, really do. Hughes with the high crossfield kick. Lost into the arms of Anderson. Anderson can't get free, but it'll be 6 more tackles. A metre out. Melbourne, another opportunity to put some points on the board. Wishart dances around just to the left of the uprights. Tackle 1. DJ Shack says we haven't had a scoreless half since 2021. And ironically, the Raiders were in that game. Well, there's not going to be a scoreless half here because Josh King has found himself in wide open spaces and dives across the line to score. And finally, after 30 plus tackles inside Canberra's 20, the Raiders have been broken apart. Melbourne finally get their try. Josh King with the try. 4 points to 0. Kick to come. The drought has finally been broken. Two minutes to go till the break. Melbourne will be leading 6-0. The James, you've already got Moses and Mariner. And all you need is this game, Melbourne 1-12. Jesus, I've gone Melbourne over 29.5. Everyone's got a lot more faith in the Raiders than I do, that's for certain. UFC, ahoy mate. Raiders with the restart. Raiders play well in Melbourne. They certainly haven't so far. They've just been lucky that the Storm have been worse. Oh, Sean Blaw looks to be hurt here. Oh, God, he's fallen awkwardly. Jeez. All right, that looked painful. Oh, God, that looks painful. That looked really nasty. God, don't say that, James. We know Michelle doesn't speak the truth. Don't give her that much credit. You see, I went a different angle with that. You thought I was going this way. I went that way. Fifth and last, Melbourne. Hughes puts it high down the short side. Lost again at the back by Weeks, and a result for the Storm. If they can pack the scrum down, they will get one last shot before the halftime break. Weeks has not been secure under that high ball. Testing conditions, though, to be fair. There'll be one last play. One last play in this first half. They go to the right-hand edge and pass it to nobody. It sits up for Warbrick. And this is it. This will take us into half-time. Penalty to Melbourne. No, it's called a knock-on. They'll challenge this, maybe. No captain's challenge. Warbrick has copped that one. And it's 6 points to 0 at the halftime break. It has been an absolute error fest. And I don't know why Canberra are so upbeat going into the sheds. Because they've been absolutely abysmal. They have no right to be walking into the changing rooms, high-fiving each other and patting each other on the back after that performance. I'm not saying that Melbourne do either, but neither side has a right to be high-fiving and complimenting each other on that first half effort. All right, halftime here now. I promised somebody that somebody would make an appearance at halftime. Ha-ha! Look who it is. With her winter coat. Look at how fluffy you look. Eh? She's got her winter coat. No trim. We've let the fur grow out for winter. Hey? Look, you're a giant fluff ball. Hey, wouldn't it be interesting? Well, now, Mackenzie, when you were a subscriber of Intoxigamer and Intoxiblocks, was that still your YouTube username? Or did you go under a different name, just out of curiosity? DJ Shaq says both coaches about to rip their teams to shreds. Absolutely. I stand by my invitation. I have invited, live on stream, all the Melbourne Storm players are welcome to come and join me here if they don't want to go into the changing rooms and face Craig Bellamy at halftime. That invitation stands. I wouldn't want to go in and face Craig Bellamy. All right, let's pop you back down. Oh, yeah, nice and cozy in your bed there. Halftime here, 6 points to 0, a very low scoring game. Indeed. I'm going to have myself a quick break, rest the vocal cords a little bit, and we'll be back to recap that first half and then the second half upcoming. 6 points to 0 Storm. My My Storm over 29.5 is not looking that good. All right. Be right back for the second half after this.
Welcome to the wasted world of sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play. Plays the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 hey. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Scrums and tries, they're all well and good, but we're here for the jokes and take pants last from the kickoff to the final whistles blow. We'll take the two and we're ready to go. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With the laugh and the cheer, we bring out our best. No serious analysis, no expert critiques, just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. We'll raise a roll, from sideline jokes to post-match tales. All the big goofs and their big fails. We're not so serious, and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our skies. Ahoy, ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. some beer. Yeah. Welcome to the wasted world of sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 hey. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Scrums and tries, they're all well and good, but we're here for the jokes and 10 pants last. From the kickoff to the final whistle blow, we'll take the two and we're ready to go. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With a laugh and a cheer, we bring out our best. No serious analysis, no expert critiques, just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. We'll raise a roll, from sideline jokes to post-match tales, all big goofs and their big fails. We're not so serious, and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our skies. Ahoy, ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. So come along and join our sporty crew, where the banter's always fresh and the laughs are true. Oh, wasted world of sports, here's to our cheer. We'll see you on the pitch and drink some beer. Yeah.
All right, what are we talking about? Wrestling. Hey, UFC tomorrow. All right. Legitimate question for the chat room. Tomorrow, UFC or the footy games? I'll do a poll. No, I won't. Too much effort. UFC or the footy games tomorrow? Footy, says James. Footy. Oh, UFC says UFC. Heyman was attacked today. Oh, poor Paulie. I've got to say, in all honesty, I have not in the slightest bit been interested in the Bloodline story since Roman's gone and Solo's taken over. Solo, to me, as this second half gets underway, Solo to me is more a henchman. I don't buy him as the leader. You know what I mean? He looks like a thug, a henchman. He doesn't look like the leader of a group. But anyway. Second half underway. 6 points to 0 in favour of the Storm. Melbourne have dominated possession and territory, but they are not dominating the scoreboard just yet. Big second half needed by the Storm. I can only imagine. I wouldn't be surprised if the Storm score inside the first 5 minutes of the second half here, because I can only imagine the bollocking they got from Bellamy at half-time. And I'm sure the Raiders got a bit of a talking to as well. Oh, and straight through with support, but not going to be needed. KO Weeks is going to run the length of the field. The ball pops up at the back. And KO Weeks bursts straight through to score the try. KO Sports Weeks. He has had a nightmare of a game in the opening 40 under the high ball. This one pops up for him straight through the halves pairing. Wishart and Hughes. And from there, it's just pure pace. You can't train pace. And that is one thing that the Raiders have in spades. They might be shit footballers, but boy, they can run. All of these guys. Pure speed. Look at that. I reckon he'd challenge Usain Bolt. Both teams copped a talking to at half-time. Rest assured of that. From right beside the post, Rumpiner puts it over. And we're all locked up again. 6-all. Status quo. Crazy. Richard Trainer says, there goes my Melbourne 13 plus. I wouldn't worry about it, Richard. Lucky bounce against the run of play. These things happen. I'd be more worried if I'd be a lot more worried if the Raiders were actually scoring tries off set piece, structured plays. Sometimes there's just not a lot that you can do about the bounce of the ball. Mackenzie says maybe I might need to start following the NRL. Yes, Yes, indeed. Come and join me every single weekend as a dropped ball here for the Raiders. Come and join me every single weekend on the Wasted World of Sports. Rugby League, Rugby Union, the occasional UFC card, sometimes wrestling. Ricky's up off his chair. The errors in this game keep on coming. Scrum down on halfway. Melbourne now come up with a mistake on play one. This is incredible. The conditions. We probably can't appreciate this watching it on TV. Seeing it on our screens. The amount of dropped ball out there tonight. I know it's raining. It's obviously slippery. But seriously, the amount of mistakes out there, unforgivable from both sides. Albert Hopwade's on report, and it's a penalty for the Storm. High contact, I'm assuming. Yes, shoulder to the face. Oh boy, they dodge a bullet there. The Melbourne Storm dodge a gigantic bullet. Albert Hopwade placed on report. What a let-off that is. Hughes plugs it into the corner, and Melbourne can go on the attack. 15 out, or close enough, from the Raiders line again. At least it was a shoulder charge and not a slippery finger or thumb. Melbourne back onto the attack. They've been given a gift here. They need to take advantage of it. They need to accept it with thumbs. Thumbs, I don't know. I didn't really have a finish for that. Thumb. I was going to say thumbs wide open, but that doesn't really work. Arms wide open works. Tackle 4 here for Melbourne, still on the attack. Wishart inside to Faulongo. Faulongo puts on a little dance. Fifth and last. From dummy half and breaking away goes Bronson Garlick. Links up with Sean Blaw. And Sean Blaw will score. They have accepted the gift. 10 points to 6, the kick to come. Here we go. Melbourne could open it up now and really start to steamroll Ricky's Goblins, the Green Goblins. 10 points to 6, Melbourne. Kick to come from Wishart. Just to the left of the uprights. Should be an easy conversion. And he pops it over right down the middle. 12 points to 6, Melbourne with the lead. It's been a scrappy old game, but they keep finding ways to pop themselves ahead here, the Storm. Terrence Amos, ahoy, mate. Raiders get us back underway. Plenty of time left in this game. It's only 6 points the difference, but I'd be anticipating Melbourne to just go on with it at some point. That is the anticipation. As much as I obviously would love for James to win his multi. I am having a hard time picturing how the Raiders, with a 2-on-1 strip there, play on, says the referee. No, it's been lost forward. Well, that was a 2-on-1 strip. I don't know how it wasn't a penalty. Let's see the replay. 1, 2 in the tackle. Okay, they dropped off. There's still 2 in the tackle there. Morgan Smithies did have his hands on Christian Welsh. No thought of a challenge there, surely. Scrum down for the Storm on halfway. Could easily have been a penalty. They go on the far Did I just say the far side? I think I did. They go on the far side. To Grant Anderson. Melbourne back on the attack. Up to the Raiders' 30-metre line. Leading by 6, looking for more. Hughes back inside to Faulongo. Faulongo surrenders. Didn't need to, but he did. He was a bit worried about a potential obstruction there, Faulongo. Out to the left they go. Wishart back inside to Anderson. Anderson getting very heavily involved for very little reward. 5th and last. Hughes with the crossfield kick. Looking for Coates or Warbrick. It's Warbrick who taps it back down. Lost forward. Who knocked it on first? I don't think the referee even knows. Well, the ball pops out from Warbrick. It's been knocked on then from Rapana. Did Warbrick lose it first? This could be Melbourne ball. The error goes against Jordan Rapana. And Melbourne do indeed have the scrum down on the 10-metre line. Good call there by the officials. The errors continue. Faulongo switches over to the left-hand edge, and that's where they go. Wishart dummies. Goes on his own. 5 metres out. Hughes back in midfield. The cutout pass across the face of the post. Hits Katoa on the chest. 6 again. The Raiders were offside. They're offside again here, the Raiders. Hughes, flat pass for Howarth, and Howarth slides over the line. We get a nice look at his yellow undies as he scores the try for Melbourne to go even further ahead. Oh, I called it. The floodgates are about to open. The resistance from the Green Goblins about to come crashing down as they continue to tumble towards the wooden spoon. $16 points to 6. Conversion to come. Melbourne are starting to ice these opportunities. little bit of cramp for one of the Melbourne players in back play as Wishart lines this up to put Melbourne out by 2 converted tries. Wishart moves in, strikes it off target horribly. That's in Nico Hines' range. That is shocker of a kick. That'll just keep the Raiders interested. 16 points to 6. Plenty of time remaining. That will just keep them interested. I still say the floodgates will open. A very concerned looking Ricky Stewart on the sideline. And with reason. This game is about to open up as the Raiders get us back underway. Taken by Hughes. He's got Christian Welsh there to take the hit up. Raiders are looking for a big defensive set. You can see them up off the line quickly. But a good run there from Eli Katoa. Third tackle down for the Storm. They lose it out the back. And it's called forward. It's called a knock on. Called a knock on. He doesn't seem convinced about challenging. I mean, the ball, from what we saw on the TV, clearly spilt out the back. But as he lost it forward into contact first, yes, says the referee. And Trent Liero himself seems to think so. And that's not his first mistake of the night either, by the way. Spilt the ball a couple of times. Oh, the shot of Craig Bellamy in the coach's box. That was glorious. He has got his hands in his head, rocked backwards. He can't believe what he's seeing out there. Hook Liero. I mean, he's on the interchange anyway. Bring him off. Put the other guy back on that you brought him on for and be done with it. He's not been playing well tonight, Trent Liero. Big hit up here from Jordan Martin. Tackle for the Raiders. From set-piece play, the Raiders have not looked like threatening the Storm try line at all, even when they've got this close. Can they come up with something here, though? Weeks fires the cutout pass to Hopewade. Hopewade is taken down on the 5th and last, and again, from set play, the Raiders just not looking threatening at all. Dr. Pooh says, I feel Canberra and Ricky is like Wales and Warren Gatland. Who do you replace them with? Jeez. I mean, Ricky has had so much opportunity, hasn't he? And yet, his job never seems to be under threat. It's crazy. Okay, yeah, it's a good question. Who do you replace them with? But, I mean, there's got to be somebody out there, doesn't there? You would think. Welsh out the back to Hughes. Hughes runs in behind Eli Katoa and must surrender. That's the 5th and last. Not a lot of meters here on this set for the Storm. Poor service out to Wishart. Does extremely well to get the kick away in the end. And Weeks has it at the back to Rapana running cross field. But you've just got to say, like, the Raiders snuck into the finals last year, didn't they? But then went out pretty limp-wristed. They're not going to be anywhere near the finals this year. So, yeah, I mean, why? Why is Ricky Stewart so immune to the threat of his job? You do have to wonder. Keeping the ball alive here on the halfway line. The Raiders on the 5th and last now. 40 out from Melbourne's line. Short side, they go to Weeks, who puts it high. Melbourne stand back and watch it. Let the Raiders claim it, and Canberra lose it forward. That'll be a handover on the 5th and last. Big defense on Xavier Coates. Sloppy play the ball. Inside from Hughes to Faulongo. And Faulongo's brought down on tackle 3. Melbourne just inching towards the halfway line. I didn't know that, UFC. Spilt ball, another mistake in this game. And Canberra come away with it. Time off for HIA. But still, an error from the Melbourne Storm. "22 minutes, 22 seconds to go. Melbourne leading by 10. The Raiders currently sitting in 12th place on the NRL ladder as they tumble down towards the bottom 3 and getting ever closer to that wooden spoon I was told I was crazy for predicting is within reach. Tackle 2, 40 metres out from the line. Hudson Young, who's been very quiet since his origin, gets dumped on his back. Strange onto Timoko, out to Savage, who is just shadowed across the sideline by Xavier Coates, but the Raiders get a penalty. The Raiders are given a penalty here. A shoulder from Wishart onto his opposite. And that's fair enough. Well, late tackle in with the shoulder. Craig Bellamy is furious in the coach's box. I think it's pretty fair, though. That was a fair penalty. You see those called all the time. He claims he was tricked into it. Defunct says, trust you to know that, UFC. Yeah, where was this even revealed? What sort of news sources? On the attack here, Tarpany has taken a metre short. Slow play the ball. Strange out on the right-hand edge. Goes on his own. Still a metre short. That's the third tackle. Storm race up in defence. Raiders lose some territory here. Tackle 4. They're 5 metres out here, Canberra. Tarpany pops the pass up flat to Young. And Young, once again, put on his back, 5th and last. And again, I mean, the Raiders will probably score this very next play, but seriously, they've not looked threatening at all. And now the kick will go over the dead ball line. They've scored 1 try, which was completely against the run of play. Length of the field effort, pretty much, from KO Weeks off a kick return. But on set-piece play, the Raiders just have nothing. Nothing in attack at all. Quick play the ball. Wishart now steps back the other direction, and he's collared in the tackle. Unbelievably, that's not a penalty. Up over halfway go the Storm. Once more. Boy, that territorial statistic would be interesting. It's got to be about 80% in favour of the Storm, you would think. Territory, Wishart. With Anderson cutting back infield. Fifth and last. They're 20 out again from the Raiders line. Here's with the crossfield kick. They let it bounce. It falls for the Storm. Faulongo looking for options. Hughes goes back down the short side. Puts the grubber kick in. It's lost forward by the Raiders. And Will Warbrick will score the try. Will Warbrick will place the loose ball down and score. And Melbourne go up by 20 points to 6. Jordan Rapiner, I think it was, at the back, made a complete meal out of this. Melbourne keep it alive. Jerome Hughes calls for it, puts the kick through, and Rapiner ballses that up big time. Try for the Storm. Well, he grounded it with his ball sack. Does that count for anything? Jordan Rapiner. I don't think you can ground it with your nuts. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We're looking for reasons to take this away. Don't tell me they're going to say that this is grounded with the ball sack by Jordan Rapiner. Well, that's off Rapiner and forward. Play on at this point. They're taking the try away. I wish I could tell you what just happened, but I have no idea. I would love to be able to tell you right now what just happened, but I have no earthly idea how the bunker has intervened and determined that the Raiders have this ball. I've got nothing. I've got absolutely nothing. Try has been scrubbed out. Raiders have the ball, and I have no idea why. But now they've spilt it on tackle 2, and I feel like that is the rugby league gods. We have been talking about them a lot tonight. These rugby league gods. And they have intervened again. And a mistake from the Raiders. Giving Melbourne the ball straight back. "17 and a half minutes to go." By the way, Waste of Water Sports chat room. We tried to line up a little bit of a Discord party last night after the stream. I got sidetracked. I'm playing this zombie computer game at the moment, and I got a little bit sidetracked. We will we'll have another attempt at a Discord after party tonight on the Waste of Water Sports. So over there on the Discord, they're going to take the 2 here, Melbourne. They've got a penalty. Working the player over on the ground. Oh, and he certainly was. He had fingers in the face. And a penalty to the Storm. They decided to take the 2 and put themselves out to a 12-point lead. Oh, well, UFC, what can I say, mate? The smart money was on the Warriors this weekend. It was no real surprise to me. No Reynolds, no Haas, no Carrigan. No chance. My God in heaven, he has missed the shot at goal from just to the right of the uprights. That is an unbelievable miss. Craig Bellamy is furious. My God, he could have flicked that over with his willy. It was so close. And he's missed it. 16 points to 6 it remains. Melbourne have the ball back, though, from the restart. Oh, this is absolutely unbelievable. Melbourne, they're going to get away with it because they were lucky that they've come up against Canberra, but Melbourne they've used up their get-out-of-jail-free card for this season, I reckon. This has been one of their worst performances ever, and they're going to escape with a fairly comfortable win because it is only against Canberra, but boy, this has been a shocking performance, and they've come up with another mistake now. Melbourne, Fa'alongo has dropped the ball, and it is another Melbourne Storm mistake. This is probably the single worst performance I've ever seen by a Melbourne Storm team. Scrum down for the Raiders. 14 minutes to go. 10 points the difference. Nelson's getting ready to come back on for another stint. Big Nelson. 6 again for the Raiders on halfway. Here they come, launching an attack, using their pace. Rapana down the sideline, kicks back in field. Needs the ball to sit up, but Jerome Hughes is there. And Jerome Hughes is driven backwards. Should be a penalty to the Storm for a secondary effort. Or at very least, a play the ball held. Rapana with the kick in over the top. Hughes collects it well. He is held here. And I don't understand how that's not a penalty for a secondary effort there. Across the back of the neck. But Melbourne survive a little scare there. Sixteen, 6. Big contact here in the defensive line. The kick, not a lot of meters made here for Melbourne. HIA again for the Raiders. So yeah, post game, we'll have a little Discord party for those interested. Raiders back on the attack, 6 again. Only trailing by 10. As much as I want to see the Raiders get absolutely spanked, we do have to cheer on the James and his multi. He needs Melbourne 1-12, so we'd be more than happy to see a close game so that James gets his multi up. And with 12 minutes to go, 10 points the difference. It's in the balance as Ethan Strange steps back in field, almost to the line. They're 5 metres out here. The kick through for Hudson Young. It sits up for Faulongo. And Faulongo collects it for the Storm. It's going to be a goal line dropout. Eleven and a half minutes to go. 10 points the difference. The Raiders just starting to lift a little bit. They've got the result here, the Storm, and now they're away upfield. The short restart has worked out. It very rarely does, but on this occasion, Melbourne have the ball, and Hudson Young better be careful there. Tries to put a little judo trip on Big Nelson. 6 again, and Jerome Hughes goes straight up the middle. 1 to beat. Steps back in field. Needs support. Brought down from behind by Ethan Strange. Melbourne with front foot ball and numbers to burn here on the left. Faulongo, though, cuts back in field. 10 out from the line here on tackle 2. Hughes inside to Big Nelson. They're 5 out from the line here on tackle 3. Melbourne on the attack. Liero holds onto the ball for about the first time tonight without dropping it. Wishart in midfield fires the pass out to Faulongo, who has to surrender. Nothing was doing out there. 10 minutes to go. Wishart, crossfield kick. It's well placed. There's pressure on Canberra at the back, but it's been lost forward by Melbourne as Katoa collects it and dives over the line, but a knock on. Inside the last 10 minutes, 10 points the difference. Raiders, with 9 minutes to go, bring it out to their own 40. Back into midfield with Tarpany, 5th and last. Not a lot of meters. The kick from inside their own half. Faulongo's under it. Links up with Warbrick for the hit up. 8 minutes 45 to go. Melbourne leading by 10. And most importantly, they have possession of the ball. Warbrick again, his second hit up of the set. The James says, come on, 1 to 12. 10 points at the moment, 8 minutes remaining. Craig Bellamy, he's getting frustrated. Wishart goes straight up the middle now. Puts the step on. Kicks for the corner. The Storm needed to sit up. Xavier Coates has dived over the top of it. You don't see Xavier Coates make those kinds of mistakes. Coates has dived straight over the top of the ball. It's gone up as a what? It's gone up as a try? This is surely not a try. It has been sent up as a try. There is no way that was scored. Wishart puts the kick in. You don't normally see Xavier Coates balls these up, but he made a mess out of this one. He hasn't even got a hand on it. Xavier Coates has not even got a touch on it. Well, he grounded it with his armpit. Does that count? And Xavier Coates has hurt himself. He'll be leaving the field. But there is no way. When I come back, I expect to see that try scrubbed out. No try. There we go. Perfect timing. I said I expected to come back and see that try scrubbed out. And there it is. We've got 8 minutes to go in this game. 10 points the difference. There was no chance that was a try. And he hurt himself in the process. He's gone, Coates. Yes. Chat room is absolutely correct. Xavier Coates is limping from the field. 7.5 minutes to go. 10 minutes left. Don't forget, Waste of Water Sports. We tried to get this happening last night, but there'll be a little bit of a Discord party after the stream, because I got sidetracked last night with my zombie game. There's no guarantee that I won't get sidetracked with my zombie game again tonight, but we can only try. Tackle 4 on halfway through the hands now, but Canberra, am I right? Like, okay, I'm going to throw it out to the chat room here because we know that I'm incredibly biased against Ricky's Green Goblins, but am I fair in my assessment that in set phase play, the Raiders have just offered nothing tonight? Their lone try came from a breakaway kick return, but in actual set piece play, they have not even looked like scoring a try. Nelson's dropped it. Well, I might have put the mockers on because they might have a chance. Oh, Craig Bellamy's left. Bellamy's gone. Craig Bellamy has left the coach's box. He can't bear to watch. Not when you've got players like Big Nelson coming up with mistakes like this. Oh, he's back. He's back, but he can't believe what's happening. Oh, Xavier Coates can't even walk now. He was walking when he first left the field, but now he is getting carried down the tunnel. And that is a worrying sight. Not only one-on-one strip from Nelson. Oh, he's made up for his mistake big time. And now he's trying to headbutt one of the Raiders in the balls. Big Nelson makes good on his mistake big time. One-on-one steal. Welsh now takes the hit up. A very intense last 5 minutes coming up, I believe. Nelson, oh, that mistake has just brought out the beast in Big Nelson. Fifth and last, Melbourne, 40 out from the line. Hughes puts it high into the corner. Melbourne outleap the Raiders and tap the ball back, but Canberra come away with it. Rampin is down in back play for the Raiders. Selwyn Cobbo would come back in, I'm sure. Oh, stray elbow. Cheeky little elbow to the face. Accidental. Four and a half minutes remain. Sloppy play the ball, that one. But time is off. Rampin is off the field for a HIA. HIA's out the wazoo tonight. We've had Cobbo played today, James. He played really shit today, but he played. 4 minutes remaining, fifth and last for the Raiders. Terrible service. They managed to get the kick away. And it's taken on the full at the back there by Big Will Warbrick. Yeah, I've got to say, James, he didn't seem like he had his head in the game. He put on a good couple of runs, but largely he just looked miserable, to be honest. He just looked miserable out there. Cobbo. He put on some massive runs, though. So, son of a bitch, even when he's depressed, he still plays well. But he didn't look happy. There's definitely something going on with him. Tackle 5 now for Melbourne. 25 out. Hughes puts it high. Contestable kick. Melbourne fly through. Hughes collects his own ball. Fires it back to Katoa. Keeps it alive to Faulongo. Nelson's in space. Dummies and goes on his own. Throws a forward pass over the top. And the Raiders come away with it. 10 out from their own line. Raiders ball. Nelson tried to do it all on his own there. And now a penalty to the Raiders. With 2.5 to go, you would suggest that time's up for a comeback. Nelson needed to give that pass, seriously. Nelson needed to give that. Yeah, that was a shocker. But anyway, Ricky's Green Goblins continue their tumble down the table towards the wooden spoon. They're getting ever closer. They are only 6 points off the bottom of the table, down there in 12th spot. And now a mistake from Timoko, who spills it forward. And this is going to give James a heart attack with 1:50 to go. Dropping the ball inside your own half to give the Storm the last say in this contest. It'll be the last set of the game, probably. Pappenhausen did not score. It's a UFC. Very difficult to do that from up in the stands watching the game. He might score after the game at the clubs. Who knows? Captain's challenge here from Melbourne. I missed what happened there. They lost the ball at the back of the scrum, I think. Melbourne feed into the scrum. Raiders went for the hook. And then it's been knocked on by Canberra. So this will be a successful captain's challenge. And Melbourne will have the ball back with 1 minute to go. Oh, you had a bet on Pappenhausen to score. Well, it was obviously a pretty late change because Faulongo is wearing jersey 22. So maybe they're just taking some time to refund it. Sometimes it can take a while. Inside the last minute of this game, Melbourne are safe now. Ricky's Green Goblins, as I said, they continue their tumble down the table, getting ever closer to that wooden spoon that I was told I was crazy about. And they now sit only 6 points off the bottom. Katoa down the short side. Fifth and last, 20 seconds to go. Hughes on the fifth and last is just going to have a run. They're not even looking for more points. Oh, James. The Storm weren't even interested in more points. $16-6. They put on probably the worst performance I've ever seen from a Melbourne Storm team. And they were just lucky that they happened to come up against the 2024 Canberra Raiders, who were worse, 100 times worse. Otherwise, I reckon Melbourne, up against anybody else, probably lose tonight. They just happened to come up against... They just happened to come up against Canberra. Melbourne get the win. Wow. 3 games today. Crazy. Big triple header of NRL action. It's been fun. I am... Okay, what? Sharks, Bulldogs, I went Sharks. So that was a loss. Warriors, Broncos, I went Warriors. So that's 1. Knights, Eels, I went Eels. So that's still 1. Storm, Raiders, I went Storm. So that's 2. I'm 2 for the weekend. Great stuff. All right, Wasted Water Sports, thank you so much for joining me. I think I've rambled on enough tonight for the live stream. I very much appreciate your company, as always. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Oh, so what are we going to do tomorrow? Are we going to do the UFC card, or are we going to do the footy tomorrow? There didn't really seem to be a high opinion one way or the other. We had James said the footy, and UFC OnlyFans said UFC. I need a split vote. Mel says footy. Defunct says the GGs. It would be interesting to call the GGs. All right, Wasted Water Sports, thank you so much. One way or the other, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. I'm sure even if I do I'm positive that even if I do the UFC, that you'll at least pop in and say, ahoy. All right. Discord. Feel free. Catch you later. Thank you so much. And one way or another, we'll see you tomorrow. Cheers.
Welcome to the wasted world of sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 hey. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. Join us in our world equalize, they're all well and good. But we're here for the jokes and tank pants. Let's from the kickoff to the final whistle blow. We'll take the two and we're ready to go. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun and the joys. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With a laugh and a cheer, we bring out our best. No serious analysis, no expert critiques. Just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. We'll raise the road from sideline jokes to post-match tales. All big goofs and their big fails. We're not so serious, and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our skies. Ahoy, ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. So come along and join our sporting crew, where the banter's always fresh and the laughs are true. Oh, wasted world of sports, here's to our cheer. We'll see you on the pitch and drink some beer. Yeah!